yeah. Yeah. That's the one.
manager and the team lead for this event. We must start at 9 a.m. and it's 9 a.m. we'll have to go. Mr. Midiji wants us to go at 9. Please, the hotel staff, the hotel staff, I'm sure some of you can. I want to invent is the one that would destroy the company that produces African time. I want to invent that technology. I need help. Sniffer, will you help me? Oh, Sniffer is sniffing any leak. Sniffer will not help me. Emerson, BDV, will you help me? That innovation that will destroy African time. Shatter it. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third and final day of the Seplat Energy Plc Technology Week for 2022. My name again is Richmond Osuji, and Temiloluwa has joined me today again for this closing day of this event. Once again, I thank Seplat Energy Plc for the opportunity, to provide my humble service to the technology team on this occasion of the Technology Week. Well, we have been looking at the diverse technologies that will enable sustainable energy transition for not just Seplat as a company, but for our joint venture partners as well, and the industry in general. Because at the end of the day, one thing that Shell, from my perspective, did for the industry is when Shell released a particular technology or service, most of the IOCs who have not used it before latched onto it. And I see Seplat taking that leading role amongst indigenous companies. The GMD of NNPC a few days ago at an event I emceed said that companies like Seplat should stop seeing themselves as independent or indigenous, because this oil and gas business is an international business. For instance, yesterday and day before yesterday, we've listened to vendors from the USA, from Dubai, from India, from all parts of the world who are seeking to partner and do business with Seplat. So yes, indeed, Seplat is gradually becoming an international oil and gas company. And whatever Seplat puts out there by way of service or technology, I can assure you, the other independents will lash onto it and want to run with it. So truly, you have become the leaders. In the next 10, 15, 20 years, when we look at service companies in the oil and gas industry, I bet to say we would see many who have had Seplat either as a foundation or as a continuation of building their career. And I think Seplat Energy Plc deserves a round of applause for what you're doing in leading this space. Thank you. So yesterday we began with remarks from our General Manager for Corporate Production, Mr. Erome Utunedi. He walked us through some of the technologies that has been adopted by the company, where the company is at, what the company is focusing on, gave us the process, the gated assurance process, he called it, the process through which the company approves technology utilization, and showed us that it goes through all the process, joint venture partners, subject matter experts, everybody is taken through the process just to arrive at one juncture, which is that the technology in question must align with the aspirations of the company. And he did leave a comment that I quite appreciate, that whatever we talk about this technology adoption, a motivated workforce is an integral part of it, because at the end of the day, if the workforce is not motivated, they will not even have the patience to look through the value the technology is bringing, not to talk of suggesting that the company should use it. He did remind us of some of the things that was said by CEO, Mr. Brown, and the director of New Energy, Engineer Cohn. Some things around the 5 technologies that has been giving the light of day by the company: remote modeling, predictive analysis, and so on and so forth. He highlighted again some of those things for us. And then he did tell us about Seplat's digitalization journey today, just primarily to unlock value, boost efficiency, increase optimization, and drive down costs of production. He also walked us through what the challenges are and what Seplat is focusing on moving ahead. We went from that into the sustainability presentation by the GM Sustainability, Grace Amadi, who represented Dr. Choma Wachuku, our Director for External Affairs and Sustainability, who gave us an overview of what sustainability is all about from the United Nations perspective, but then zeroed it into the extractive industry, spoke to us about some parameters that has been set in the world today for extractive industry to walk around ESG. Also told us some of the things that Seplat is doing, how Seplat is gathering a lot of data in ESG, how well Seplat is doing with the ESG, I like to use the word in this case, mandates, if you may, and how Seplat has subscribed to different rating agencies, developed a robust ESG policy, and is committed to continuing in that likeness. And of course did highlight or reminded us of the Seplat Tree for Life initiative as another way that Seplat is carrying on with the sustainability agenda. Spoke about CSR initiatives and how they're building a sustainability culture within the company and making that the heart of the company's operations. Then we went into the panel sessions. We looked at digital transformation, how it's meeting sustainable energy transition. Not to waste too much of our time, I think one of the things that was agreed by that panel is that truly, as the world is transiting, we should be focusing in Africa. And I remember the moderator was asking the question of, I think it was Industry 4.0, to which one of the panelists said that we should not be looking at Industry 4.0, it should be Industry 5.0. What will work for us as a people to run our home, to maintain our businesses, to increase efficiency of energy consumption, of how we do it in the office, and all of that is what they were asking us to focus on. And of course, IT, the question again was that if investment in IT is good for business, because sometimes some other companies, Seplat not being one of those, of course, some other companies look at it as investing heavily in IT might reduce their bottom line of profit. But we're reminded yesterday that IT is business and business is IT. So investing in IT is something that we must continue to do as a business and as a people. Okay, so we went from that to a couple of presentations from the vendors, to which I won't dwell so much. We saw presentations on metering device for gas flaring, and we did also look at things that will reduce the CO2 intensity in upstream operations. And this time, we're talking about the Elcrest Managing Director, who was talking to us about what Elcrest is doing. Something quite remarkable is that in the last 2 years of operations, they've not had any spill whatsoever, thanks to the particular technology they deployed in ensuring that that happens. Then Ano Gas Processing Company spoke to us, the managing director of the company, a subsidiary of Seplat, of course, spoke to us about what they are doing as well, how that we must keep our mind on a just energy transition. There's place for gas in all of the transition, he reminded us, which is why Seplat is investing heavily in that space to increase, according to him, at full operations, domestic gas contributions will go up by 25% to what they are currently doing as a Seplat. He did also remind us that EU is beginning to accept or warm up to the fact that gas should be accepted as a renewable source of energy. Quite a bit to say there, but time, I'll just skip through. We went to the third panel session, and that panel session looked at, there we looked at the frontier, how technology is responding to ESG demands. We spoke about that, what the future is looking like, but talking about equipment, talking about technology, and how you can measure and track the emissions, so many other things that came out of there. And of course, we're reminded that Africa is the future for sustainable energy if we could use our resources even better. One thing that endeared me to Seplat many years ago was the first time I listened to Mr. Avoro speak about Seplat. He said the primary goal and aim of Seplat was to increase value for the Nigerian people, stimulate the economy with the resource that God has blessed us with, and that Seplat is leading the way. This is many years ago. I mean, I've been doing this now for many, many years. And when I look at Seplat today, it is what the founding fathers of Seplat has set as an agenda that the company continues to pursue. So truly, Africa is the future of sustainable energy if we would manage our resources well. Everything they're talking about, we're reminded in that panel session, we have it here. So we must work around the technology to make that happen. We went on again to Technology Showcase, where we listened to GHG SAT, Sniffers, Questor, Mudos and Gal, Daptam Engineering, all of them sharing with us the technology they have on display. We have encouraged you, especially subject matter experts within Seplat, or if you've been invited, if you had the privilege of being here online, you can engage with these vendors a bit more. You can find out, if you're in the room, find out from them what they're exhibiting. If you're online, you can engage with the platform through which you were invited to view it online and ask on how to reach out to these vendors and interact with them as to their offerings for the oil and gas industry. Well, that said, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to day 3 and the final day for this year's technology conference. Okay. So onwards now we will go to, one second please, there you go. My iPad was taking me to day 1 when I'm talking day 3. Be careful. Anyways, so onwards now we'll go to day 3. Today we would take comments from the Managing Director, Seplat Energy Plc, East Onshore Limited. He'll be talking to us about the journey towards energy transition in Seplat East Onshore. Then we would go into the 4th and final panel for this year, balancing energy demands in developing markets. We would really need to talk about that. We'll take a short break, a tea break at the time, and then we would come back and take some technology showcase from our vendors. Schlumberger, Microsoft, and Emerson will be the first 3. We'll take a stretch break. After the stretch break, we'll listen to Prune Edge, Halliburton, and Cypher Crescent. Take another short stretch break, then move into the 3rd category. This time we'll be listening to BDV Services Limited. Energy Solve and Spark Cognition will be talking to us, as well as PetroSmart. Another short stretch break, and then ILEF engineers, Emocom, would come talk to us. We will do a quick round off of the proceedings for today. We will serve lunch, and after lunch, you can don't just sit in the room and do some praying and fasting for crew theft to stop until tomorrow morning. Oh, you can go home after that anyway. Just joking. All right, so on that note, again, I welcome you. Thank you very much. Now remember, we will just walk you through a safety video. It's been played earlier, but I think for the benefit of those who came in just shortly after I was played, or those who just joined online, we'll take a cue. We'll just take that safety video one more time before we go into today's proceeding. Technical, if you're ready, cue this safety video. You can play it now.
If you truly believe that safety is important in your work, at home, or anywhere else, there is no place for these 2 phrases, safety first and safety is our #1 priority. To do a job safely, our goal is to complete it without accident or injury. But the slogans safety first and safety is our priority will not help us achieve this goal. The danger in making safety a priority rests within the reality that priorities get reshuffled throughout the day. When we're under pressure to complete a job, we may find that safety first can easily become safety second, safety third, or moved so far down the list that we end up taking ridiculous risks that result in accidents. Your employer is not in business to make you be safe or to keep you safe. There's no doubt that they want you to go home safe and healthy every day, but the company's priorities revolve around different goals, just as your goal is to make money in the form of a paycheck. Slogans like safety first and safety is our priority discourage personal responsibility because safety begins and ends with you. Is it reasonable to think that someone would hire you to do a job and then tell you that nothing is more important to them than your personal safety? Of course not. All sorts of jobs, ranging from easy and relatively safe to difficult and dangerous, are done by people who are willing to assume risk. It is true that your employer does not want you to get hurt. It's bad for business, it's bad for the customers, and it's bad for the bottom line. No one wants their employees to get hurt. Therefore, most workplaces have some safety policies and procedures, all with your safety in mind. But they cannot force you to make safety first or to make it the priority in everything you do. The employer isn't your parent and you're not a child. The key to safety is personal responsibility. Hazards and various degrees of risk from hazards are everywhere, and they cannot be completely eliminated. On the other hand, hazards can be known and they can be understood. Every task you do has to be approached with varying levels of hazard awareness. You can look for and understand the hazards in every job, or you can ignore them. Your job can be approached with care or with a lack of care for safety. All of that is going to be up to you. Don't rely on cute little phrases to make you safe. Rely on yourself. Remember, the key to safety is personal responsibility. Thanks for watching and have a safe day.
Don't rely on cute little phrases. Rely on yourself. Your employer is not your parents. Anyways, just to add to that we should still please take care of our personal belongings whilst we're here. It's very important. And if you're attending today for the first time, the toilets, you'll find them as you're exiting the convention center to your right. You would find the toilets for both men and women. Again, you're welcome. Onwards to the first remark of the day from the Managing Director of Seplat East Onshore Limited. The journey towards any transition in Seplat East Onshore is the discourse. Let's welcome Mr. Pius. Good day.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and I'd like to stand on the existing protocols from Richmond to just go into the talk I have for the next 15 minutes. First of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak here. I will just basically reiterate a lot of points that have been made over the last 2 days. Richmond has nicely summarized it in the opening remarks that he had just made this morning. But I've been specifically asked to speak on the subject of the journey towards energy transition as it applies to Eastern Asset Onshore Operations. In that context, I will be speaking generally about the deployment of technologies in our operations, but not restricted to only Eastern Asset. In fact, listening to a number of presentations that have been given, especially when I saw what the GM corporate production presented yesterday and the one from Tayo the previous day, it made mention of some of the technologies that Seplat would be interested going forward, and the one that struck me most was, things around OPEX reduction, crude theft and losses, and things like that. So those resonated so much with me, as most of you are aware that if there is any technology that we need now to, sustain operation in the Eastern Asset in Seplat, it is solution to crude evacuation, crude losses, to stem down crude losses and sustain crude evacuation. But having said that, let me just maybe start by, stating the obvious that you already know, that the recent downturn in the oil and gas industry has highlighted the need for high efficient operations in the industry. As the industry struggles to recover and stabilize after the storm of the mid-2016s, further significant headwinds were experienced in the 2020, leading to increased severe instability that threatened the industry to the core. The latest downturn came because of the global pandemic occasioned by the COVID. One of the results of this pandemic is a total shift in the way business, especially operation, is conducted. Projects were cancelled and jobs were lost. Virtual working and digitalization are on the increase. Companies must therefore prepare for the lower for longer environment, even in the face of interim higher market prices, especially from geopolitical events. In fact, I was looking through an article recently. I saw Citigroup, warning that oil prices could collapse to $65 a barrel by end of this year. And within the same context, they said it could as well be over $100 a barrel. So it just underscores the fact that there is a lot of volatility in this business, and the only way it can be sustained is to become more efficient and be very cost focused, to bring down cost of operation and to do things better. And that is where the importance of this technology week and all the nice presentations and the expositions that we have had here in the last 2 days, including what will also happen in this wrap-up day, seat. So, achieving this, surviving in the stringent environment that we operate, will require determination and commitment to cost and operational efficiencies. Coupled with this, there is no more easy oil or gas to be developed or to discover or to be developed. Therefore, there is need to deepen innovations, technology development and adoption, etc., in the life cycle development and management of resources, reserves, and assets in general. The oil and gas industry has been slow to adopt the latest technologies compared to other industries. However, the recent explosion in the development of digital technologies in the latest few years is changing that narrative. More companies are beginning to assess the potential benefits and taking steps to deploy specific technologies to improve various areas of their operations, including health and safety performance, cost reduction, plant availability, asset integrity, WRFM practices, reserves replacement, and other business performance areas. Following the imminent threats of the global warming, the Paris Agreement stipulated that we need to cut our emissions by a minimum of 8% per annum in order to meet the required goal of below the 1.5 degrees C reduction and avert the catastrophic trajectory of the planet. Consequently, global focus has been shifting from fossil carbon-rich energy sources to cleaner and sustainable energy sources, giving us the opportunity to meet our energy needs in a more responsible way, that's without jeopardizing our future. To be able to meet these seemingly conflicting goals of energy security and energy transition, technology will play a key role, enabling us to reduce GHG emissions, utilizing highly energy efficient equipment, sourcing energy from carbon lean sources, etc. In recognition of the promising benefits of technologies, Seplat recently set up a new business unit, the New Technologies team, which is anchoring this Technology Week, to assess, qualify, and recommend appropriate technologies for deployment in our operations. We are committed to identifying and qualifying technologies that will help us unlock opportunities that won't be achievable or economical or otherwise, reducing GHG emissions from our operations, reducing energy demands by improving equipment and plant efficiencies, etc. We have already deployed several technologies in our operations with notable positive outcomes, helping us achieve higher level of operational safety, asset integrity, lower emissions, equipment availability, best-in-class well and reservoir management, cost optimization, etc. I will highlight in no particular order some of the technologies that we have deployed in Seplat operations that have yielded huge benefits for us, and then wrap up with the specific steps we are taking towards the transition to the new energy targets within the Eastern Asset operations. And I will be speaking on some of those areas we have deployed just from the perspective of the user. I have been involved in the deployment of a number of these technologies that you have had around the three pillars of our business, the upstream and the midstream, particularly in the upstream side. So to start with, I will just run through a couple of them, which you may have also had in the course of this workshop. We deployed wellhead remote monitoring sensors that has helped us eliminate physical visits by personnel to some of the remote locations for surveillance purposes, and with real-time remote monitoring capabilities, this has directly helped to reduce the man-hours for commuting. Lower commuting time translates to lower emission levels. It also has a knock-on effect on associated HSE and security implications, such as reducing road traffic incidents and minimizing exposure to security concerns. Sorry, I don't know where the echo is coming from. Okay. The technology provides access to real-time well performance, thus empowering engineers to quickly determine anomalies in well performances and react in good time to restore productivity, thereby minimizing defilements and improving unit production cost. The launch of the Seplat Virtual Asset Management, SEVAM, system in 2020 provided us a robust real-time online and offline monitoring capabilities and decision support framework for the optimal management of open gas field production and gathering system. With this system, we were able to monitor the performance of our assets and quickly identify production bottlenecks and potential integrity issues. Smart wells also deployment gave us the opportunity to develop reserves that would otherwise be uneconomic and unattractive. A total of 3 wells in Okpohuru and Orogo fields were completed, each on 3 reservoirs, providing us an opportunity to develop the relatively small reservoirs with a minimal number of wells, which implies minimal surface locations, real-time downhole pressure collection and transmission capabilities. This helped to reduce deforestation through smaller footprints, lower comparative per reservoir well development costs, increase production potential, and lower OPEX. Also, one other important technology that we've also deployed in Seplat operations is the seismetics and advanced analytics tools with artificial intelligence functionalities that was deployed and utilized for the extraction of seismic horizons from the Oben and the Ovo fields during the integrated petroleum engineering studies. Backed by the big data analytical capabilities of artificial intelligence and machine learning, the tool utilized genetic algorithms to process huge data in much shorter period, which traditionally requires 4 to 6 months to process. This helped the team save an estimated 1,000 man-hours in that project alone. Moving on to another area, flow assurance, which has presented significant challenges from the formation and deposition of wax in the flow path, such as tubing, flow lines, bulk lines, and all the flow equipment along the production scheme. Incessant removal and prevention of these wax depositions requires the deployment of burners for hot oiling, slick lines for mechanical wax cutting, continuous or batch injection of chemicals for wax appearance temperature controls, etc., or resulting in higher OPEX and GHG emissions. The deployment of silver hog in a wax-prone Orogo well has yielded an estimated 50% reduction in the wax nucleation tendencies and a cost saving of circa $250 per intervention. Wells with vertical lift problems may fail to produce or produce suboptimally. The introduction of vertical lift support systems help restore or improve the production performance of such wells. In Seplat, especially in Seplat East, we have deployed gas liquid cylindrical cyclone, GLCC, to provide lift gas from liquid flow stream to improve the vertical lift performance of wells suffering from lift insufficiency issues. The utilization of the GLCC has helped, has enabled the production of several low-energy wells in the Jessica field, yielding circa 1,500 to 2,000 barrels, without a standard gas compression system, with the attendant energy requirement and emissions. Significant reserves, both in the country and globally, exist as heavy crudes, typically associated with vertical lift challenges due to high water production, higher viscosities, low initial dissolved gas, and relatively low bottom hole pressures. Consequently, very little portion of heavy oil deposits have been developed both in Seplat and in the industry. The deployment of other artificial lift systems, electrical submersible pumps, or jet pumps, as we are considering currently, and other gas lifts have helped to unlock the development of Sapele shallow reservoirs and other heavy oils that we are targeting to develop, thus opening the door to further develop, for further development of heavy oil reserves in Seplat acreages. Oil production is typically accompanied by the production of associated gas, AG. In the absence of an AG solution to gather and process the gas, it is typically flared off. This practice is undesirable as it both increases GHG emissions into the atmosphere and robs the company and the country the resources therefrom. Therefore, Seplat as a company has set down a date to put off flares in our facilities by 2024 by embarking on projects that will mop up the low-pressure gases from processed vessels, compress them using screw compressors, and push them into the sales line. Also, we are currently evaluating technologies that will eliminate gas venting and flaring, where the available quantities are too tiny to support monetization projects, or used for other purposes such as power generation. The incineration technology is being matured for that purpose in the GSIC area, where we are currently having no channel for monetizing the little quantity of gas that we produce. With quoted combustion efficiency of over 99%, emitting only CO2 and steam, this technology will help us to practically eliminate gas flaring and venting in a more environmentally friendly way. As part of our continuous improvement drive to more environmentally friendly operations, we have converted some of our diesel-fired generators to gas-fired, helping to lower our OPEX and emissions. We have opportunities to drive this further, especially in our drilling operations with rigs driven by gas-fired electric power generators. We continue to qualify and mature, develop technologies that help us meet our aspirations with our goal of actively decarbonizing our operations. We have launched a solar solution to provide electric power for operations, for example, in the Amukwe warehouse, perimeter lighting, data collection transmission systems at wellhead locations. We will expand this solution to other locations as they become matured and feasible. I will wrap up here just to restate that for the Eastern Asset Operation, the two anchor of our journey towards the energy transition is to ensure that our operations are delivered at cheaper cost, mop up the associated gas, and monetize where possible, like we are doing in Ohaji South, where we have a robust plan to gather the AG and send it to the Ano gas plant, as you would have heard yesterday from the MD of Ano gas plant. And then for the area where we are locked in a situation where we do not have a monetization channel, like in GCK, with very limited gas production, AG production, we are considering to commence the incineration technology to safely dispose the associated gas there. So these are some of the areas in which we'll continue to support that agenda, the transition agenda to lower carbons and phase out phase out program is very much in the space that Eastern Asset will have immediate impact in that direction. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pius Uday is the Managing Director, Seplat East Onshore Limited, walking us through the journey towards energy transition in their operations and what specific technologies they are deploying in optimizing operations and working so efficiently to ensure that even if by the end of the year the price of crude drops from where it is today, as some analysts are saying, Seplat will be doing her best to optimize production and increase value for her stakeholders. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Uday. Please, one more time, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. We're moving on now to the fourth and final panel session of the 2022 Energy Week, but it's not the final activity for the day, in case you're online and you're in the room, you're thinking that. It's just we have 4 panel sessions, one the first day, 2 yesterday, and this is the fourth and final one, after which we go into other presentations, as I said earlier. So this time we're looking at balancing energy demands in developing markets. And I'll quickly bring on the 3 of our panelists who are here on site with us. From them, I'll then proceed to 2 others who are online. So let me begin with our first on-site panelist. Our first on-site panelist is a mechanical engineer with over 22 years experience in the engineering industry, and as managing director of his current company, he's responsible for the company's operation in West Africa and has been doing that for over 5 years. Part of his responsibilities are to delivery on various infrastructural projects across the sub-Saharan African region, covering the company's 4 business areas of oil, gas and industry, energy and climate protection, water and environment, and transportation and urban spaces. Join me in welcoming Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, ILF Engineers Limited, Abiodun Oshodi. Your surname is an institution in Lagos. You're welcome, Mr. Oshodi. Okay, joining Mr. Oshodi on the panel is our next panelist, whose career began with Schlumberger, where he worked as a field service engineer before moving to Chevron, where he served as production engineer. after which he joined Shell and had an exciting career. He held different positions in his time in Shell. Part of the things that he did there was that he rose from production technologies to asset development manager, onshore assets, non-operated ventures. He has over 33 years of experience in the oil and gas industry, which includes both oil servicing and oil producing companies. His areas of specialization spans from wells, reservoirs and facility management, production optimization, well completion designs, well intervention, field development studies, water flood operations, joint ventures management, project maturation, and end-to-end integration delivery. Currently, he is the managing director of Cypher Crescent Nigeria Limited, where he provides strategic leadership in driving innovations and promoting business in the right direction. Please welcome Collins Alaka. Joining them on site is an engineer who has been with Seplat Energy for over 10 years. He currently works with the new energy department of Seplat Energy Plc, where he manages gas operations. He's one of the foundation members of Seplat's success story in gas development and currently champions and coordinates interdepartmental efforts towards actualizing organic expansion of Seplat's gas business expansion while aggressively pursuing a GHG emissions reduction agenda with emphasis on technology deployment. Please welcome Gas Interface Manager for Seplat, Christopher Mwokolo. And our first online panelist is a registered engineer, a certified business analysis professional, a lead auditor, with ISO certification 2015, and an alumnus of the University of Texas, where he studied data science and business analytics. He has over 16 years technical and commercial experience in the oil and gas industry. He served in various strategic roles for indigenous and international oil servicing and producing and operating companies across petroleum engineering, business development, strategy, and commercial functions. Currently, he is a commercial manager, Niger Delta Exploration and Production PLC. Let's welcome virtually Otome Afiegbe. Otome Afiegbe. Otome, good morning, Otome. Please say something so that I'm sure we can all hear you and see you. Otome, are you there? Awesome, Otome. Awesome. Say something. I can see you, but say something, please.
Good.
Technical, why is this
Good morning.
good not finishing with the OD?
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Fantastic, Otome. I can hear you. Just hold on 1 second. The moderator will tell you when to speak as I bring our moderator up. She is an energy economist and strategic planning professional with 12 years experience across the energy and financial services sector. Her professional experience has been demonstrated through thought leadership in physical modeling, oil and gas valuation, and economic advisory. Since 2017, she has served as a physical advisor to the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, the IPPG. She previously led the economics as well as the corporate planning teams in Seplat Energy Plc and has recently moved on as the head of strategy, where she focuses on driving the implementation of the company's new strategic direction. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Chika Dili Okoye. Good morning, Chika.
Good morning.
Please say something so I can hear you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Awesome, Chika. I can hear you. The stage is yours. You can take it from here. And please be watching your chat box on the Zoom app so that we can tell you when your time is up. There will be the technical crew will be chatting with you as we progress with time. Thank you very much. Yes. And gentlemen, you have two screens to see what's happening online, right? Sean, I need help here. Chika, the stage is yours now. Please take it on.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the panelists. And welcome to the last panel session of our Technology Week. And so the topic, the theme for this year has been technology, an enabler to sustainable energy transition. And I know we've had lots of conversations over the last 3 days. And so we'll just wrap it up today, looking at the energy balances in demand in developing markets. Of course, our focus is Nigeria. And so just as an introduction, obviously we know when we talk about energy issues at the global level, the key issue borders around energy security, and of course, environmental sustainability. And when we come down here in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole, we face an energy trilemma, which borders around energy access, energy justice, and of course, environmental sustainability. And at the heart of all of this is social and economic gap, which obviously developing leaders are trying to close. And so we have our 4 panelists today who have been introduced, who would help us explore this area from the resource, from the technology, demand, hopefully policy dimensions. And so I would start with looking at the supply side. And so when we look at the energy balance today, right, we understand that there's a change, and that's driven primarily by Africa and Asia, obviously based on population projections. And so the first question, and I would like to direct this to Chris Wokolo, the gas interface manager for Seplat. From the supply side, do you think Africa, and of course Nigeria in particular, do you think we have the resource base to meet this growing energy demand, right? Obviously in Nigeria today, we have the lowest electrification rate in the world. Power consumption is very low, 5 times below the global average. So if you're looking at the projections, which I would like you to give your views about, do you think we have the resource base to address this over the long term? Sorry, I can't hear Chris.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I hear
so
you now. Go ahead, please.
the cold reality is that in the short to medium term, we do have the resource base to meet the demand. But with the whole energy transition and how it's been managed, which is now affecting financing for energy projects in Africa, you find out that there'll be a struggle in the long term. And it's going to introduce a problem that I like to term the great energy jump off. What does that mean? It means if you look at where we're trying to push to, which is renewables, and its ability to meet the global energy demand in the medium to long term, you find out that the push for an abrupt move from fossil fuels is going to cause a massive supply gap. So it's time to begin to have the right kind of conversations. So, but then if you go back to the original question, which is saying, do we have enough to address that supply gap? The answer is yes. But then is there enough investments coming in to ensure that we can replace reserves at a speed to meet this demand, which is only going to grow? That's where the problem is, and that's where we need to begin to have the right kind of conversations. So, and that's the real issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. That's a new line, the great energy jumper. So, so I'll just go to Otome. Okay, still on this area. If you look at Nigeria, about 40% of our gas is exported, right? And this is underpinned by, LNG contracts, long term. So does this further worsen? And I hear Chris where he talks about we having the resources, but do you think this further compounds the problem of resource? Because it's common knowledge where we say that Nigeria has huge gas reserves and gas province with some oil. But is this really the case if you consider that a lot of this gas perhaps has been contracted long term? So as we clamor for gas, as our transition fuel, does this further compound the case, especially for domestic utilization? Otome, could you please unmute yourself?
Okay, great. I just figured that out. All right. So just to latch on to what has been said, in terms of our resource base, we have over 200 TCF of gas reserves and arguably over 600 TCF of prospective reserves. And speaking as an engineer, we probably have more than that. If you look at what that can do, assuming we have all the variables in place, the infrastructure and other investments, we can actually power Africa for over 100 years. People who have done a lot of research say we can actually even extend that to Europe and power Europe for the next 20 years. So we do have abundant resources in the ground. However, there are a plethora of issues that, like have been mentioned, that inhibit us from harnessing these resources. Is there light at the end of the tunnel? Yes. With the developments that we see, the government is also pulling its weight in terms of policy. The PIA is helping to incentivize the gas space, especially with the midstream and downstream infrastructure fund, for example. Things like the tax holidays for folks who invest in the midstream space, in pipelines and all of that. So there is hope that some of these things that are in place, including commitments from private organizations, upstream companies like Seplat, there will be some improvement. So we have, to answer the question, we have ample gas resources. It's just, the will and the power to just unlock those resources and push them to market.
Thank you, Otome. Okay, so I would just like to slightly shift the conversation away from gas, and we'll come back to gas definitely. Looking at the alternative energy space, and I would like to direct this to Mr. Collins Alaka. Okay, so obviously fossil is still our mainstay, and that will be for the foreseeable future. And so if we're looking at bringing in renewables and deploying these technologies, so the first question, that comes to mind is, look, here in Africa, and if you look at the rural parts, the main resource is biomass, okay, for energy, right? Biomass is obviously cheaper than even gas, and yes, gas is cheaper than diesel, but biomass is cheap, right? So what is the role of renewables in this space? How quickly can we adopt this, being a cleaner fuel, considering the cost, comparativeness or competitiveness versus the traditional biomass? So what really is the role of renewables? How can we adopt this? Because the conversation is not complete if we focus on gas. Obviously, it's our transition fuel, but today, as we know it, biomass is the main resource. So how quickly can we adopt, the cleaner energy models? So Mr. Collins, please.
Okay, thanks a lot, Shika. So what I would just want to put first is let's have this conversation a little bit clear. We have an energy transition that has been agreed globally. But in Africa and coming down to Nigeria, we need to look at ourselves and say, what do we really want to do? So we're talking about a mix. But if we come down and talk about biomass, we need to have a situation where the government and their policy statement to help us with what is happening. For example, there are local technology that brings more efficiency from use of biomass. They are not complicated. What can the government do in that regard to meet those local people to construct simple things that will make you get more energy from the biomass, so that people will be able to use the biomass and to be able to, instead of the level of emission they will be giving from those biomass, they'll be able to have it. So basically, if we want to put biomass into our energy mix, then we need to have policy statements, we need to have government looking at it. There need to be issues like, could there be tax holiday for people having design of equipment, fabrication that will make biomass more like what will be pronounced in our energy mix. But in addition to that, for Nigeria, I see gas playing a major role. But if we want to bring biomass in, then we need to have a situation where the government really look at people. There are local technology around, it's just that they are not quite efficient and they don't have the right finances to be able to look at it. So policy, financing people, giving people things like tax holiday to be able to improve on the use of biomass so that we can have a cleaner fuel, cleaner emission is one of the ways we could go. So policy, financing, and looking at it. But finally, if you want to talk about Nigeria, I think gas is the way to go. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I see your perspective in terms of improving efficiency, but I really want us to uncover the issue around deployment of these cleaner energy sources, particularly for the rural areas. And so, Otome, do you have a view on that?
Yes, I think there is a lot of potential to deploy the right technology to utilize our natural sources of energy. We have ample sources of solar. There's wind, and you know, people tend to say, "Oh, yes, we have dams and all of that." There are simple technologies like Engineer Collins has mentioned that can be deployed. Proven technologies. We're not reinventing the wheel to harness these natural sources of energy. However, the challenge I see is in rural areas. There's a lot of insecurity. So this sort of affects the mindset. People who can deploy this technology are worried to invest in equipment, install their equipment and leave them there because of fear of theft. So that has to be looked at. The government has to provide the right level of security, the right incentives, possibly create hubs in certain rural areas that will attract investors and technocrats in the renewable energy space. We've seen Shell do a lot in the renewable space through Olon, and it's really laudable. Olon has effectively sponsored over 40 companies that are deploying renewable energy solutions, off-grid power solutions in rural areas, amongst the other areas they deployed. So it is possible if we develop similar models, also collaborate. I think collaboration is extremely key. We do not need to work in silos. There are areas that you have more than one operator present. If we can put forces together and come up with hubs across the country, I'm sure that we'll be able to deploy these renewable energy solutions faster.
Thank you, Otome. I hear you. Collaboration is key, especially when you talk about the financial dimensions, to this technology. So let me move to Abiodun, Engineer Abiodun Oshodi. I know over the last 3 days, obviously we've touched around decarbonization technology, but for the benefit of those who perhaps have not listened throughout this entire technology week, I think we should discuss decarbonization in the oil and gas sector. Okay, it's known that the energy sector is responsible for about 70% of global GHG emissions, and oil and gas in particular is perhaps responsible for about 40% of that. So all eyes are on us, right? So what sort of quick wins, cost-efficient technologies can we deploy to limit GHG emissions at the upstream, and perhaps our carbon intensity?
That's a very tough question. I would say at the moment, there's no quick win solution right now. The whole decarbonization discussion is still very theoretical. All technologies that have been explored now, carbon capture, hydrogen, and all that, are all still in very small scale. So they are not large, scalable, and economic enough to be used. What we should focus on is in the area of flare elimination, which is very, very key in Nigeria. We still have a lot of that, which plays more harm than the carbon that is the residue of our processes. But that said, we should also evaluate using the entire molecules of gas completely. So we are not just talking about flaring methane, but using methane with flare, converting it into LPG, using it because there's a large LPG market. Also, the flared gas could also be used in areas of virtual pipelines to rural areas where we are providing gas. And then also exploring the residues of those molecules for industries, plastics, polymer, everything. By the time we use that, then we reduce virtually the amount of emissions we get from there. However, if we are looking at total decarbonization, I think we have a very long road to go. Technologies are still not large enough to handle the volume of gas or the volume that we require for it to be scalable. It's still very expensive.
Okay, so we are saying that this is still a long road from where we are today. And so while we are trying to, perhaps boost our capacity, I think one key area is around energy efficiency, right? So the difference between this part of the world and the developing world is that obviously they're much more energy efficient. So they perhaps hit the peak of their energy consumption and they're able to, become more efficient and therefore use less energy, right? So for us here, how can we, and let me direct this to Chris Wokolo, what can we do to improve our energy efficiency? What can we do to improve our energy efficiency?
So, thank you, Chika. And for me, I think if you categorize the issue, the solutions begin to fall out. And if you also understand that if you make it an existentialist issue, if you make it like part of the license to operate, like they do in other climes, then operators begin to do that. The technology is not yet at scale to deal with, and that's the one that has to do with CO2 capture and sequestration. But then if you move more upstream, the truth is that there are already technologies to deal with the issues with the level of to decarbonize and to achieve energy efficiencies in our operation in Nigeria. All we simply need to do is to categorize. So let's look at scope 3 type emissions, right? The one related to business operations, travels, and all of that. COVID taught us a lesson. A lot of people used to think that without face-to-face meetings, right, I mean, you can't achieve anything. But all that has changed. So COVID is already telling us that your scope 3 emission, the significant part tied to your travel, business travel, you can cut that back down significantly. I mean, you're the moderator on this and you're virtual, right? So that's something companies now need to embrace more. That's scope 3. What can we do virtually, collaboratively to reduce all of those travels? What can we do in our supply chain? Can we explore co-location? Things that reduce the transportation and the impact of that transportation on fossil fuels. Then you get to things around scope 2. Those non-critical items like our office operations, you find that, again, I speak to COVID, right? So if you move away from COVID and you go to countries that have very, very tough regulations and countries where you have pressure groups and you have all of these, so they're forced to embrace that. So companies are moving towards gas-fired vehicles. The whole fleets have been changed to run on propane, run on CNG, and that has significant scope in Nigeria. Part of the whole decade of gas program is the auto gas scheme, which the government is pushing hard. Companies need to embrace that. So imagine if all the upstream operators convert their fleets to run on auto gas. That immediately, right, it doesn't just improve energy efficiency, it's going to have a multiplier effect on the economy, because you're going to have small-time players who can now begin to operate in that CNG space. It's now going to have a spillover effect on scope 1 type emission, which is now the flares. You now have operators who know that there's a market, so they can go out, get the right kind of investment, because they know that there's a sink for CNG they are going to generate. Part of the challenge we're having now, if you look at the NGFCP program, which looked at what are all the flare sites, can we get that, give it to private operators, go and bring your technology and compress this gas or do a mini LNG and put it in the market. It struggled to take off. Why? Because there's no sink. So the policy has to be in place, and it has to be embraced holistically by industry, both the transportation industry, operators. It's when both what the government is trying to drive and where operators are willing to, what level of commitments operators are willing to go to in terms of achieving that efficiency. That's where we now have organic economies around these greenhouse gas emissions reduction, especially the scope 1, which is the bulk of the emissions. So what we do in Seplat, for instance, is to, in all the area of operations, right, we look at what is scope 1, what is scope 2, what is scope 3. So we take the scope 1 and then we categorize it. What can we easily commercialize? What do we need third parties to manage? And what is difficult, maybe too small, too remote for us to handle? Each bucket has a specific solution. So corporately, we've adopted a policy of no man left behind. So it means we are going to pursue to the last strength all efforts to decarbonize and achieve that energy efficiency. So if everybody takes that corporate consciousness to pursuing, you will then find out that as you push and achieve that, right, your energy efficiency begins to creep up, and then your greenhouse gas emissions now get to that minimum threshold that we all seem to struggle with, which is what do we do with the CO2? But we need to put in the work to get to that point. Thank you.
Hello. Chris.
Yeah, Chika,
are you done speaking?
I'm done. It's like
okay.
you didn't.
Okay. I think there is a bit of a lag. So yes, network is having issues. I was able to pick a number of things you said. In terms of co-location, you kind of elaborated ways we can go about, improving energy efficiency and the ripple effect it would have, even going back to scope 1, emissions. So thank you for that. Let me go on to an interesting area in this whole energy transition discourse. So it's around energy justice, energy social justice, and the implications, even for financing, for us here. So just as a context, we know that Africa, has only accounted for about 3% of global carbon emissions cumulatively, okay? While US, China, EU have accounted for about, 50%. And there's an interesting statistics that the Mo Ibrahim Foundation recently, released on the road to COP27, saying that if the entire sub-Saharan Africa were to triple its electricity consumption using entirely gas, it would only add 0.6% to global carbon emissions. So one would think this is a slam dunk in this conversation when we talk about energy justice, right? And I guess the question I want to ask to Abiodun Oshodi is, how can we really make a compelling case for energy justice? How can we push this case forward? on energy justice, considering that the transition is not linear, as we know? So, yeah.
I believe the African continent has to make its own decision on what he wants to do. For me, I would like to see an energy market in Africa. We have a lot of examples already. We have the West African gas pipeline. We are now discussing the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline. We have the West African power pool. We have energy-rich African countries, resource-rich African countries, Nigeria rich with gas, Angola. We have to now create a network of infrastructure that connects the entire African continent together, and providing African countries that are not energy rich the opportunity to have access to this energy. No other continent is going to help us solve our problems. We have to solve our problems ourselves, and the only way we can do that is to create that. If it's cheaper for me to produce energy in Ghana, I will produce energy in Ghana and ship it to other African countries where it's landlocked and more expensive. And even looking at the renewables that we are talking about, the raw materials for developing all the components of renewable energy is in Africa. So why don't we start to look at manufacturing to develop all these components and then selling it and also using it to develop our own renewable energy market? The discussions, I mean, right now we see what is happening. The whole energy transition thing is being pushed aside, and gas is now the topic because Europe now has a huge energy security concern. And now the whole interest is on Africa. Come and provide the delta that Russia is not giving us. How heavy is this knock from Europe? Is it short term? Are they knocking just to resolve a problem and then they walk away? So it will always be a selfish conversation until the whole African continent come together and try to create a market, an energy market, a gas market, or whatever we want to call it, where we are connecting every state in Africa with an opportunity to develop its own power and also to industrialize.
Thank you. So, Mr. Collins, so tell me, how do you see these supply shocks, this energy crisis in Europe? How do you see it, impacting, climate commitments and negotiations today? As Mr. Abiodun just said, it seems like the Europe is now taking a more selfish approach, to this. So like we heard yesterday, UK has now classified gas as a green investment, and some view is that this is purely just to boost the North Sea and achieve energy security, which obviously is an issue in Europe. And for us here, our issue is, energy access. So how do you think this shaping up the conversation around climate commitments and negotiations that have already been made?
So thanks for that, Ushe. So, like you just said, when the decision was made in Paris, it was more of people trying to make decisions for the world. Now the reality has done to them, if I use it that way, and they are trying to tweak it. So I think what Africa, and maybe starting with Nigeria, should do is fine, we all agree that carbon emission affect the environment. It's a given. We all know that. But there are two ways to it. There is a when and a how. How do we transit? And in looking at how we transit, every country needs to look at a couple of issues. What natural resources do I already have that is fossil-based? I'm not going to throw them away. That's what I have. I'm going to keep them. And I'm going to look at some other things again. What are the demand between supply and demand gap do I have already in energy? If I have a high one, I'm not going to behave like France or Britain that doesn't have a very high one. So I'm going to look at that. And I'm going to say, okay, fine. The idea is for the ID case for me to do renewable. What is the cost? What is the available for renewable in my nation as I speak? So basically, you have to look at the how and the when. And in looking at the when, you also have to look at a lot of other variables. So it's a matter of, and I think it is the how and the when that they are now looking at, putting the reality of what is currently happening to them. That's why the reclassification of saying, yes, we can say gas is a form of renewable, is a form of clean energy that we can classify, and it's not an issue as what we classified before. So in summary, what I would say is that we have to, starting with Nigeria, we have to look at ourselves and say, what do we really have? How do we do this? And in the last conference that was had in the oil and gas conference in Abuja, the minister did make that we have made a commitment for 2060. That's when we'll be thinking about net carbon zero. Well, that's fine. But again, that is a commitment or a pronouncement. We use the word pronouncement and not commitment. So if things change, you can also look at it differently. You know? So what I'm saying in general is that we need to look at ourselves, know the how, and know the when for we to make a commitment of when we think we need to transit. Because currently, a high percentage of Nigerians don't have power. So that in trying to transit towards a cleaner energy, you do not destroy absolutely the economy. So there needs to be a human-faced discussion. There needs to be a human factor. There needs to be a sustainability factor. There needs to be a realistic factor in trying to transit for Nigeria. And looking at that, our natural resources that we currently have need to be put to play. So that leads to a lot of discussion people have been talking about the energy mix. So there's going to be a different mix for different nations as we begin to achieve what we want to achieve. And in putting those mix, there needs to be a discussion of all the factors for you to be able to look at. And that's why before now the discussion even at that workshop was that whatever energy mix Nigeria is going to have, gas is going to be a big portion. Now I can see the developed country nodding their head to that. And then we need to put that very much as we do. But in doing that, policy statements, like I said, need to come to help us transit gradually. And I like what is happening with most of the oil, both the major and even Seplat, having consigned and are creating companies that will help us in transiting this energy. So it's not as if we don't have it as something necessary, but we have some other issues that are really hitting us. I'll give you an example, and that was what a man like Donald Trump was saying. I know you're talking about your green gas and green energy, but I'm not going to close down my factory that generates energy for me with coal because of your green energy. It's important, but feeding, sustaining life, and putting a human face to human existence as we are currently in Nigeria is more important. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Just a follow-up to that, and I hear you clearly. So would you say that are these climate commitments credible? Do you think that there's undue pressure on developing countries, like Nigeria? Nigeria has made its commitment, like you said, 2060. South Africa made its commitment that by 2050 it would achieve net zero, and currently 70% of energy mix is from coal. Okay, so do you think these commitments are credible, and do you think that in a no distant future that companies will be forced to make tough choices, to reverse this trend, or perhaps even some knee-jerk reactions to reverse this trend?
Yeah, like I said, the GMDD said in that meeting that we were in Abuja that it's not a commitment, it's a pronouncement. And this made the word that he was using the word pronouncement because it's going to be realistic with the dates as things unveil. So it's a dynamic situation. So we don't have to commit ourselves. We currently have a lot of people, like for example, my daughter, we have a lot of people that are not employed, qualified people, they are home, they are not employed. And we need energy to be able to let industries to work. So we need to put a human face to the decision of the transition. That's the important thing. And in putting a human face, we need to look at a lot of factors. We need to look at a lot of forecasting. So we do not allow somebody, like they used to stay in Nigeria, to barb our hair in our accent. They're not going to make a decision, that is going to require a global compliance. No, it's not going to work. Because we need to survive. We need to make some movement. We agree and align with the issue of emission from the use of fossil fuel, yes. But the where and the how, we need to do it to comply and to put a human sustainability face to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Thank you, Mr. Collins. So I guess the question in my mind now is, we understand that this transition is not linear. We understand that perhaps we shouldn't be measured by the same standards, ESG-wise. And the reason I'm saying this is, and this is a question, this is not a position I'm taking. So should we be measured by similar ESG standards? Of course, that has implications for lending. So should international investors be more willing to make concessions, to us? So Chris, what's your take on that? Should we be measured by similar standards as regards ESG matters? And should that impact on, lenders' willingness to fund our projects?
There's no way we should be measured by similar standards. I mean, that's the core of the inequity and the core of the injustice, right? So, I mean, a few days ago, I was looking at how the U.S. went from coal to gas, and it's not even as if they've stopped doing coal, right? So if you look at when oil production, exploitation started in the U.S., you'd see it ramping up from the late 1800s, right? So it was around 1900 it started, and then it eclipsed coal, right? They eclipsed coal around the 1950s. So that's 50 years. It took 50 years of active oil and gas production, right? In the US, for oil production to just go over coal. The coal is still there, right? They're still doing coal as we speak. But it tells you what a transition should be. So now you now have people who have been doing this way before we started. I mean, when did they discover oil in Nigeria? Oloibiri, we all know when it started, right? It was in the 1960s. So you're saying we're like 70, 80 years adrift. And now today you want us to write the same exam. I mean, it just doesn't work, right? Then when you now look at the North Sea, for instance, where if you go to the UK sector of the North Sea, they're talking decommissioning. That's what they're talking. Nigeria, we're talking exploration in our shallow and deep water business. We are talking exploration. They're talking decommissioning. And you want us to answer and make to use the same standards for greenhouse gas emissions reduction. I mean, look, it's at the point where we retain the relationship, retain the business relationships, but begin to define our own space. It's very, very important. And investors, international investors who control the bulk of global funds must take that informed view of this. Now, when you look at, back to what Abiodun said the other time, when you look at the fact that in Africa as a whole, we are extractive. Nigeria just produces oil, no refining, and sends it out to Europe and Asia. Ghana, cocoa, sends it out to Belgium to make chocolates that's later sent to us. And then you look at what's happening in Congo, what's happening in East Asian countries where they're extracting minerals in the raw form and sending it out for refining. So you then find why it looks like we don't need energy in Africa, but we do, right? So it's also because these companies, these extractive companies that add that value, that finishing touch to these commodities, right? Where you now, something that maybe you're selling at 10 naira, for instance, you're now paying 100 naira to buy the finished stuff. That's why the energy shift. So if you look at China, with the massive industrialization going on there, the massive manufacturing going on there. You look at India, massive population, massive manufacturing. That's why the energy source, energy sink, it's there. That's why you see that flow. So Africa needs to latch onto this AFCTA that's now in effect and begin to pull investments into establishing our own manufacturing hub. Let's add that value here. So when that begins to happen and investors can see the demand. So right now, the challenge they're having is, why should I go and invest in a 5 TCF gas development in Nigeria? Who's going to use the gas? It's a fair question, right? So as long as we can answer these questions, we'll not be able to attract the kind of investments we're looking for. So it then means that you must create that end-to-end value chain. We have to take a value chain, and only when we sit down together and begin to define this value chain that cuts across borders, that's when we can attract the kind of investments that we're looking for. That's when we'll be in a position to really run our own race. And so back to your question in terms of, should we be answering the same, using the same standards? We've not even started our own journey. We're only just starting. So, and it's not fair to use the same standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I think your message is clear on this matter. So Otome, we talked about policy. We talked about policy initially, and obviously Chris's viewpoint, I suppose, is shared by a lot of stakeholders, in the region and in Nigeria. But from a policy perspective, we have made that commitment, whether we want to call it a commitment or not. We've made a commitment at the global stage. So do you think the policies we have are robust enough for us to get, to take us to our direction of travel? Because, so for instance, we have the flares out agenda by 2030. We have the decade of gas. We also have the PIA, like you rightly said, which is trying to further incentivize investment. NNPC will be allocating 30% of its profit to fund oil and gas, exploration in frontier basins. And then we have the net zero by 2060. And of course, we then have the Climate Change Act. All of these policies, do you see them moving in the same direction? Are they sufficient to get us to that point by the time we're approaching 2060? And then what kind of support would the corporates like us require from government in achieving this net zero objective? Because whether we call it a pronouncement or otherwise, the reality is that commitment has been made. So do you think all of the policies we have today are robust enough to move us in that direction of travel?
Thanks, that's a good question. I would like to say that we have good policies. We've had good policies over the years, but it's always a challenge operationalizing the policies. How do we get the policies to work and address the issues? I mean, if you look at foreign direct investment that has come into Africa, over the past 5 years or so, you have less than 5% coming into Nigeria, into the energy space. We have policies that have been in place. The current policies, the PIA, which repeals a lot of these old policies and creates a better playing field for investment, is here. But how do we implement it? How do we implement, for example, the midstream and downstream infrastructure fund? How does that translate into foreign investment coming into the country? These things have to be clear. That awareness needs to be, opened up to in-country investors and foreign investors, for people to really understand how that would yield revenue. As a businessman, I want to invest, and just like it has been said, you need to see that connectivity between your supply and your demand. So why do I invest in a huge project when I don't have a sink? So one key thing I see that the government really needs to do right now is to deregulate and decentralize the power generation and the distribution industry. The prices have to be cost reflective. The tariffs have to be cost reflective. As it is, there's a lot of subsidy, and that creates a disconnect. And because of that, it's not sustainable. The entire value chain, the power value chain, is impacted, is illiquid. And we see CBN and the federal government on a short-term basis, pumping in money to help liquidate the power sector. But that's not the solution. We need to have infrastructure in place. The grid can barely wheel out 20% of our power generation capacity. And this is a problem, because even with the great initiatives around the critical gas projects, like the likes of Astronaut and Brass Fertilizer and so on, we simply cannot wheel out that additional generating capacity that gas would provide. We're looking at about 20 gigawatts additional gas from these projects. But where is the power? Is the power going to get to the end user? So what I see is infrastructure is key. Deregulation of the power sector is key. And then, these projects that we're looking at in the future, sending our gas to Morocco, creating those channels, those markets, very important. We need to generate that foreign investment, because building those building the infrastructure that is required, the power infrastructure, is very expensive, billions of dollars. How are we going to get that money? So everything is connected, and I think it's time to really sit down with the policymakers and put our skin in the game. And kudos to Seplat and other companies. We've put our voice into creating these policies. It's now time to operationalize these policies and have your skin in the game. Having mini hubs, we've seen companies develop strategy around that, and I'm sure Seplat is doing that as well, to veer off from just conventional upstream business into downstream power generation, having off-grid solutions. I think this is the time to start having those discussions to also support the federal government in their drive.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Otome. I think we have had a very rich, diverse conversation today. And so I think we'll just wrap up at this point. And this is just going to be a general question to knowing what we know today. The factors are multivariate, like we've talked about: infrastructure, policy, issues around energy access, energy efficiency. We've talked about a whole lot affects this conversation. So what direction do you see this discussion going in the next 3 to 5 years? For Nigeria in particular, this conversation around energy access, energy balance. How do you see this conversation shaping up over the next 3 to 5 years? So I will start with Engineer Chris.
Thanks, Chika. Well, what I see it begin to move from the policy space, where you have maybe people in government or the government parastatals defining how things should be, to it being a bit more collaborative and owned by operators in that space. And as the operators get more say into what they can commit to and what is practical, right, it then begins to trickle down to the economy, because at the end of the day, if the businessman is not ready to commit his resources, right, it won't, that access you're trying to create, you won't get it, right? So you have to, and it then ties into other aspects of for Nigeria as a whole of the country, where I feel it's when we then do a handshake with things. You talk about housing, you talk about education, you talk about healthcare. It's how we then say, okay, how do we tie the access we're trying to create into the housing challenges we're trying to address? How do we tie the access we're trying to create into managing the educational issues we're trying to create, having students in schools being able to get reliable power. I mean, they're not dependent on diesel solutions. You have people having access to affordable housing that maybe has 1 or 2 solar panels, while they also have LPG piped into their homes. So as we begin to do that proper integration, right, across other codependent sectors, you will then begin to get the kind of access you're trying to get. And the key one is even in the agricultural space. You can't imagine the amount of waste we have in this country, from planting through to the market, simply because we don't have roads, you don't have power to even refrigerate the fresh produce that finds its way to the fresh produce markets across the country. So all of that waste, right, is revenue lost for the country. And those are important areas that we need to then begin to get to in the urban centers, in the rural centers, where as that energy begins to go, it's that extra mile, it then begins to have a general, a cascading effect on the economy. And the last one I'd like to leave with is a question of deforestation, right? In vast areas in Nigeria, I mean, people still depend on cutting down trees and coal in the north, and even in some areas of the southwest, for their domestic heating needs and also for their domestic power needs. As we achieve more penetration with alternating product streams, LPG penetration, you then begin to get less deforestation. I mean, we're talking about desert encroachment up in the north. We're talking about net zero. Net zero means that we actually stop deforestation and we actually even start planting. So those are the things benefits we're going to get as we begin to take that organic approach towards that, creating that energy access. And it has to be us not just thinking as oil and gas alone. How are we interfacing with the transportation as a whole, housing, education, healthcare? It has to be that holistic approach. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. All right, I'll go on to Collins.
So I can see us moving from just talking to a little bit of action. Most of the operators already have their energy companies and they are doing a lot of things. I mean, that's one of the things like what you're doing here currently in Seplat. But I see us moving a little bit more, just taking just one step more, to have a collaboration between the government. The government have made some policies. They should come up with more policies and more support. And then the industry people, like what the oil companies are doing, Seplat and the Shell and the like of them are doing by having energy companies. So I see that. And I see the next approach with service company like us, bringing innovations. So if we cooperate that together, like what they call the triple helix approach, where you see innovation, policies, and everything integrating together in collaboration, that's when I see us really moving it. So are we making some movement? Yes. Have we got some step? Yes. It is not in the table where this collaboration, using the triple helix approach of innovation, having government bringing policies, and having investors put their money coming, then I see that's when we begin to transit a little bit with the discussion to be able to bring out reality. If not, it will just be like a lot of talks. There have been a lot of talk and buzzwords that come up with things like this. But I can see some step coming, and I think the next approach is to apply that integrated approach where the companies, like what is happening now, and the investors, because people that really bring about the new technology will bring are the companies that we invest their time and do some research, you know, so there'll be a lot of things going on. So if we put those research, innovation, and everything together, we'll actually bring this to reality, and maybe the date or commitment that was done in Paris will be realistic, or the pronouncement that was done with Nigeria will be realistic. It is this three approach that will make it. If not, nobody, God will not come from above to say, well, you people said you are going to do it in 2015 and you have not done it. It's still we here that need to do it, but that collaboration between these three set of people, the researchers, governments, and innovators, companies need to come together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, let's move on to Engineer Biodun now for his closing remarks.
So, I mean, the key word here is energy transition. Transition means a journey, so it's not something we are going to achieve immediately. Government, like Utomi said, there's a lot of policy already, so we don't need anything new. What we have to do is now put actions behind those letters that we have. So what I want to see is a journey in two directions. I want to see a journey from the gas perspective, because gas will still play a major role in energy transition for Africa. And what I want to see is that continued development that we have, increasing the availability of energy for everybody. But also, with the infrastructure deficits we have, I would like to see a situation where we focus energy generation on areas that would ensure growth in the economy. When we ensure growth, we are creating jobs, we are creating individuals who earn more and are able to pay more. The renewable energies we are talking about today are not cheap. Someone has to pay it. The rural areas we are saying go to and go and install this, they can't afford it. But what you do is when you focus on factories, on manufacturing hubs, you create jobs, the rural areas earn an income and they are able to pay for it. But that journey has to meet, and at that point, the whole infrastructure installed, off-grid renewable energy being used to drive the economy, everything coming together once that infrastructure is in place, is that transition that Nigeria should start to have a conversation about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Biodu, and then we'll take Mr. Otome finally.
Yeah, I think I concur with all the panelists, integrated delivery, working as a team, collaboration. Those are very important steps. How can we work together? Nobody should feel that they are isolated. There's a lot we can leverage on. Successes across different operators, we can come together and see how do we create hubs, and for example, how do we create around our operating environment sustainable power? That could be a start, and then that would transit into more elaborate projects. But I think one key thing for me, which I picked up from the Domestic Gas Summit attended in Abuja, was a speaker said, awareness is critical. Who are the end users of this energy? It's the man on the street, the person who has a small shop. The truth is, they don't really understand the power story. They don't really understand what is happening under the hood. And so I think one key thing for all of us is to have those awareness drives, push this message to the public so that they understand what this energy transition is all about. It should not stop at this table. It should extend further down the value chain. So I think that would be my comment. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Otome. So we've come to the end of this panel session, and I hope that those of us live and those who are unable to join and joining virtually have gained some insight from these gentlemen. And so key things: technology, collaboration, policy implementation, and marrying that with the realities of our country, and the region today, the realities, and what that presents for us in terms of how we utilize our resources to meet our current needs and, of course, our future needs. Ultimately, the famous saying that we do not inherit the earth from our forefathers, but we borrow it from our children. I think that's still very valid. And what we just need to do is realize that, but also, of course, marry that with the realities of our country as we know it today. And so thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, the host of the production and technology. Thank you to the guests for your attention. And thank you again for having me. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you again, Christopher, Collins, Abiodun, Otome, and of course, Chika. Thank you. Gentlemen, if you can please rise for a quick group photograph. Thank you for the time and the insights and the wisdom you've shared with us today. So we're going to go on a short tea break. This is going to be from 10:45 to 10:55, and then we'll come back and begin the technology showcase. Temiloluwa and Wobiogbon will introduce the first set of tech companies that will be talking to us after the break. Someone said to me yesterday that at the end of the break, I took 3 minutes from their time to make an announcement. No announcement. Tea and coffee is served. See you at 10:55. I didn't take any time today. Thank you.
Welcome everyone, and welcome to the second annual technology conference of Seplat.
LNG has a lower carbon footprint, so we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we're not just not doing anything, we're doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less.
The focus about this project is to end routine flaring.
The MSCI has rated Seplat for BBB, and Sustainalytics has rated Seplat as 31st among 171 E&P companies.
Qatar addresses where do we need to deploy this technology, what need is it going to address, and what is the bottom line?
For most of our clients in this part of the world, especially clients with brownfield on land wells, these wells are scattered. They are in geographically remote areas, so the difficulty is not in adopting the digital twin or the machine learning. The difficulty is actually getting those data from where they are to where they will be deployed to be able to generate all these value.
You want to do some modeling and some calculations, and this we have technologies like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry, which can actually be hosted in Delphi and can help us make decisions. This solution is called the Sepal Well and Reservoir Management Solution. It's a solution that basically ensures that all the members or stakeholders of the subsurface team are able to see things from the same perspective.
Yeah, indeed, we are the Sniffers. We are a service provider in oil and gas. We work worldwide. And what we do, we are making the leaks visible. It's the real data that we will present, not a calculated or a modeling thing. We are really going to on-site and report the real outcome of the facility, and that's important to know, because then you can reduce as well your maintenance costs.
Here is a demo kit of how a flare metering system is, where you have the upstream and the downstream. These are sensors, and the principle of operation is ultrasonic, using the principle of time of flight.
When we look at the world today, everybody wants responsible energy delivery. And to do that, you need technology to be able to make a difference.
I think I like the combined cycle power generating sources. I like that one. So nothing is really going to waste, reducing. That will also increase the gas you're sending back into the country for power generation.
Hoping that the statement will lead towards some action that will provide the needed equipment for providing this power to everybody. Because to be honest with you, once you're able to provide power, we won't even be talking about the cloud. I would love you to move everything to the cloud. I'm a cloud proponent, but we will be talking about how better we can even go beyond just moving our equipment to a central cloud base. We'll be talking about how IoT is helping tell us when a grid failure is about to happen. We'll be talking about how much traffic is here so that we can divert traffic to somewhere else, because we have the power and we have the connectivity and we have everything we need.
I just want to express a big sense of gratitude to the team that put this conference together.
Welcome everyone, and welcome to the second annual technology conference of Seplat.
LNG has a lower carbon footprint, so we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we're not just not doing anything, we're doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less.
The focus about this project is to end routine flaring.
And welcome to the second annual technology conference of Seplat.
LNG has a lower carbon footprint. So we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we're not just not doing anything, we're doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less.
The focus about this project is to end routine flaring.
The MSCI has rated Seplat for BBB, and Sustainalytics has rated Seplat as 31st among 171 E&P companies.
The charter addresses why do we need to deploy this technology? What need is it going to address? And what is the bottom line?
For most of our clients in this part of the world, especially clients with brownfield on land wells, these wells are scattered. They are in geographically remote areas. So the difficulty is not in adopting the digital twin or the machine learning. The difficulty is actually getting those data from where they are to where they will be deployed to be able to generate all these value.
You want to do some modeling and some calculations, and this we have technologies like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry, which can actually be hosted in Delphi and can help us make decisions. This solution is called the Seplat Well and Reservoir Management Solution. It's a solution that basically ensures that all the members or stakeholders of the subsurface team are able to see things from the same perspective.
All right.
Yeah, indeed, we are the Sniffers. We are a service provider in oil and gas. We work worldwide, and what we do, we are making the leaks visible. It's the real data that we will present, not a calculated or a modeling thing. We are really going to on-site and report the real outcome of the facility, and that's important to know, because then you can reduce as well your maintenance costs.
Here is a demo kit of how a flare metering system is, where you have the upstream and the downstream. These are sensors, and the principle of operation is ultrasonic, using the principle of time of flight.
When we look at the world today, everybody wants responsible energy delivery. And to do that, you need technology to be able to make a difference.
All right. Let's begin to move back into the hall. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. Please move back into the hall so we can continue with the rest of today's proceedings. So for those who've had their tea, please just move right back in so we can continue with the proceedings. We still have a number of presentations for today. And for the remainder of today, we will be concentrating on technology presentations from a number of companies and organizations. We still have two categories to run through before we wrap things up formally today. And yes, it's day 3 of the Technology Week hosted by Seplat Energy Plc. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please move right back into the hall. Our next speaker is ready and raring to go, and it will not be a very, very good development to have him speak to an empty hall. So please just move right back into the hall so we can continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much. The plan is to have our speakers come up in different sets. We'll have the first 3 speak to us. They'll give us an idea of what technological innovations and advancements they've deployed in their organizations, in their systems, their processes, and their designs. They'll also tell us how the technologies work and give us some insight into the benefits with respect to increasing overall efficiency and reduction in cost implications. Of course, I assume that there will be other benefits. I will leave them to do justice to that as they come up on stage one after the other. Once we take words from the representatives of Schlumberger, Microsoft, and Emerson, we'll have a very, very short break. And when we come back, we'll take the next set of organizations that will be speaking to us. My colleague Richmond Osuji will introduce that set, after which we'll move straight to another set of technology presentations. And once we run through those presentations, that will be all for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's move into the hall. Thank you very much. We're about to continue the proceedings, so please move into the hall. Thank you. The tea break is officially over. All right? Unfortunately, I do not have a magic wand that I can wave to ensure that everything you are eating will just disappear. All right? I can only use the systems that I have available, right, to ensure that you're all back in here in good time so we can continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please let's move back into the hall so we can continue with our presentations for today. Richmond, I need you in here, please. Richmond, if you can hear me, I need you in here, please. Thank you. All right. Okay, I can hear him trying to get everyone back inside. Not only to showcase in technology, but also to adopting and utilizing technology in its systems, designs, and processes. It is also a veritable platform for industry collaboration among operators, service companies, and other players. As we've said, we will have a series of technology presentations, and in this first category, we have representatives from Schlumberger, Microsoft, and Emerson. The category is digital oil field and digitalization. So we'll take words from the representatives of these companies, and they'll give us an idea of what technological advancements and innovations they've deployed in their organizations and what benefits have ensued from that action. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to start the technology presentations for this set, please join me to welcome the Digital Operations Solution Business Manager at Schlumberger, Sofyan Salem. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Our speakers have 15 minutes apiece, and we'll listen to them in quick succession. First off, from Schlumberger, the Digital Operations Solution Business Manager, Sofyan Salem. Mr. Salem, you have the floor.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the Seplat Energy team for giving us the opportunity to showcase the digital oil field technologies and solutions we have to offer in Schlumberger. Yeah, we would like to share some slides. So if you can if you can help me with the presentation. Yeah. So my name is Sufyan Salim. I'm the business manager for digital solutions for Schlumberger Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm based here in Lagos. So today, within the next 15 minutes, I will share with you some of the digital oil field solutions that we have within Schlumberger, the technologies that we have developed recently, mainly around the Delphi, ENP cloud native application, Agora, and also we have the JV with Rockwell Automation, which we created, which we call Sensia. So before I go into the details of the technology, I think the production operation is a vast and complex space. We all agree that there's a lot of moving parts when we deal with operations, and each field and each asset has its own challenges. So in the next slide, I will share some of the challenges that we face. As I said, when we deal with operation, we would like to achieve safe operations of the equipment, and we try to safeguard our asset integrity. This is a key objective for us to maintain during the operating of the asset, and we also try to reduce OPEX. I heard earlier today in the panel that there's always the focus of can we reduce our operating cost. We always also try to enhance and optimize the asset by identifying actions, right? We want our field engineers to take actions in the field so that they can control the wells, the pipeline, and the network. We also deal with flow assurance issues. Today in the East Asset, we heard a lot of challenges with wax. So when we manage fields like this, we always face issues with flow assurance, like managing wax, managing hydrate, managing solids. So these are the challenges that we also face while operating an asset. Another issue that we also deal with is wells. They keep aging, and then they're very dynamic. So we always need to have an intervention plan, how to intervene and do workover campaigns for our wells. And there is a need for identifying the best candidates for those workovers, because we have a limited budget and we want to identify which quick wins, which wells that are actually worthwhile intervening so that we can make faster returns. And so on and so forth. So our philosophy in Schlumberger is within the digital oil field, we focus on 3 areas. We focus on your data, because we collect a lot of data, right, every day. The wells, the equipment produce data, and we have SCADA system. We collect a huge amount of data, different frequency, different volumes, and different formats. But we usually tend not to get value out of the data. We have a lot of opportunities that are missed because of the huge amount of data and the lack of time for our people to analyze the data. So that's why we introduced the concept of AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, for us to deliver industry-unique blend of domain and data and AI to be able to basically extract actionable insights from the data. As you know, the statistics say 90% of the data that we have, we don't use. So can we introduce the AI ML to help our people, identify quick wins and extract more value from the data and maybe convert them into insight. The other pillar, as you can see in the middle, is workflows. Okay, you get the data, you have the insight. So what else can you do? Now you need to apply some applications, software to run your workflows, to run your flow assurance optimization, nodal analysis, well modeling, pipeline modeling, processing modeling. And we do have a fit digital solutions that is powered by our ENP understanding to simulate and improve the asset performance through a better and faster decision. And then lastly, we have focusing on more of autonomous operations. So we try to bring more autonomy to the operation. We try to reduce the amount of dependency on the field staff, and we try to do more with less, and we introduce the AI-led remote and fully autonomous control to reduce the time and action for us to improve also the environment footprint. So for these 3 pillars, we have actually, in the next slide, you will see that we have a portfolio of applications that can actually tackle all of these three pillars, right? We have the Delphi ENP application, where we brought all of our software applications like PipeSim, Olga, Petrel, and we put them all in an ecosystem in the cloud so that everyone can access it from anywhere. So you are not obliged to use the software from the office. You can access it from anywhere using any device. And we also have the, if you can move to the next slide, we also have the, what we call the applications like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry. So Symmetry, for example, is the EMP app that we use to simulate process simulation. And these applications are now available within the Delphi environment so that you can access them in the cloud, and you do not have to worry about storage capacity, computation power, etc. And then lastly, we have in the autonomous operations, we have the, what I mentioned earlier, the Agora edge computing platform, where you can actually integrate to any vendor and you can analyze the data using machine learning apps, and then you can transmit the data to any type of cloud. And when it comes to sensing and automation system, we have the Sensia partnership where we can provide automation equipment, sensors, measurement, and so on and so forth. So with this full portfolio of solutions, we can actually cover the entire value chain of the digital oil field, looking at the data, applying enhancement workflows, and then enhance the autonomous operations. And everything here is empowered by what we call the innovation factory. So what we do with our customers is we also can work with our customers in workshops or in projects where we can bring the innovation aspect. We can actually improve the existing workflows and the capabilities by sitting with our customers and implement, deploy AI solutions that customers are thinking of, and we can work together to collaborate. And this is where we use the innovation factory to develop. So in my next slide, I'm going to show some examples of what we're doing. Right? This is the key area where we can show you what we're actually doing in the field. So in very simple forms, what we do is we connect to any asset. So regardless of what OEM you have or what vendor you have in the field, our technology can basically connect to the asset to make this asset more intelligent. And we apply 3 different kind of digital layers. We have the edge intelligence and automation, and this is powered by Sensia, where we basically install our hardware to sense, control, analyze, and optimize the data that we get from the asset. Then we also apply the edge computing, where we connect the Sensia equipment into the Agora edge platform, where we now do all of the edge analytics and computation close to the asset. And then from then, we can also send the data to the cloud, where you can do more of an intelligent enterprise cloud-native ecosystem automating insight, where you have the team in the office accessing the data, running the workflows from the cloud environment. So these 3 different components can actually, it's a new definition of the digital oil field. So this is what we call now the digital intelligent and automated assets, right? From edge to enterprise. So you have the physical asset being connected, you have some calculations and some analytics done at the edge, and you also can do more integration and collaboration using the ecosystem in the cloud from within the office. And the value that you can get from applying this technology is basically a 3 to 7% expected improvement in the hydrocarbon throughput, 2 to 8% less production losses, maybe 30 to 80% crew productivity, and this is key. I mean, and we saw that during the COVID period. We can do more remote control, we can do more workflows, we can make more decisions and take more actions without having to send our people to the field. So we have recorded up to 80% reduction in field visits to the well because of now the introduction of this technology, where you can actually remote control and you can do things more from your office or even from your home. And this is a key achievement because you'll be doing a lot of cost saving in this regard. If you are not, you'll be doing less trips. That means less fuel consumption, and you can allow your people to do more high fidelity tasks than just going to the field and take measurements, right? I don't hire petroleum engineers to just go to the well and change a choke, right? If a machine can do that for me, that will be a win-win, right? So these are some of the key values or key solutions that we can actually bring to our customers. And in addition, we can come up to 5% reduction in the operating cost. So what I'm going to show now is an example of a case study we did for one of our customers in Ecuador. In the next slide, you will see that we applied all of these technologies that I mentioned. And the idea is, before we implement this solution, we have to sit with our customer and understand the challenge. Because we know that the technology exists, we have an end-to-end solution, but what is the main challenge that we have in the field that we want us to tackle? Is it gas lift optimization? Is it chemical injection? Is it automating the pump? Is it like choke management of your well? Is it flare monitoring? Is it water flooding? Do you have a horizontal pump that you want to optimize? Do you want to improve your visual analytics? Do you want to improve your dashboards? Is it multi-phase flow metering? So there are different areas of digital oil field that you can pick and apply these kind of technologies. You can select all, but the idea is which one is going to be the quick win, which one is going to make more sense, what's going to bring more value to you, and then we can take it and apply it and then scale it. Right? So in the case that I'm going to show you next was focusing more on ESP smart surveillance. So the customer had ESP operated wells where they suffer from gas locking impact. So the gas basically accumulated the casing, and then it actually deteriorated the performance of the pump. So in this case, usually you would send your people to the field and you would use the casing valve to open it, so you vent the gas from the casing. It's a very manual process. So what we did in this case is we introduced the autonomous workflow where we have some automated valves. We have the Agora box, and if you can move to the next slide, you'll see that in more details. We basically automated and that's what you see in the bottom here. So we basically automated that gas venting process. So the system became smart enough so that it can actually detect how much gas is in the casing, and it will give you an alert on when do you want to change the set point of the casing valve, and then it can automatically send a signal to the valve to open so that you can release the valve. So this is just a summary of the overall solution we did for a certain customer in Ecuador. We started from the subsurface. We did a lot of work for them in the subsurface space on the reservoir modeling. We moved all of their application, the Petrel, the Eclipse that they used to do on premises. We now move them to the cloud using Delphi, all right, so which is covered by the digital subsurface teams. And also in the drilling, we digitalized their drilling workflows, so they actually did the planning of the well, and then all of the drilling operation has been automated, and they used the Delphi applications. But the key focus was on the digital production, which I mentioned earlier. If you can go to the next slide, you will see more details. So basically, what we did here is we brought the concept of our domain experience. We brought the smart hardware from Sensia, and we brought the digital applications from Agora, and we worked with our sister business line from Cameroon to provide a package, a solution that actually helped them to autonomously control the ESP performance. So the ESP system was basically almost self-driven. The moment the gas accumulates in the casing, the well automatically calibrates itself so that it actually opens the valve. So you can imagine now it's almost the well is auto-driving itself, and it's calibrating all the parameters so that it operates within the safe parameters. Very interesting case. You can see that almost 400K barrel of incremental production that was gained, and they get the payback of after 2 months. And basically they improved the production, decreased the power consumption for the ESP, and they extended the run life of the ESP, and of course eliminated manual manipulation and reduced the field trips to this remote asset. It was in the jungle of the Amazon area in Ecuador. So just to summarize, we have our approach is to look at 3 pillars from the customer's perspective. We look at the data, and we introduce AI and machine learning for us to capitalize on the data we receive, and we basically convert data into insight. Then we move to the workflows. We apply certain applications to run certain workflows, and then we try to automate the operation. Automate by introducing things like Agora, Sensia, and then try to bring intelligence to the asset, right? Digital oil field is an old concept. It's been there for 15 years, but it was lacking that intelligent aspect of allowing the equipment to auto-calibrate, right? This was missing. You always needed an intervention of human to go and do the changes. Now, you let the equipment deal with some certain parameters that you specify to say, okay, if the pressure goes below that range, shift or do something, right? So this is kind of enables more of calibration. The same thing we're actually trying to achieve with Seplat. We are trying to deploy a solution where we calibrate the amount of chemical injection that is being injected in a pipeline to control the amount of chemicals and also make sure that the pumps operate 24/7. So these are kind of the technologies that we can do. There's a lot of things we can also do in the gas lift, where you can actually optimize the amount of set point for how much gas you're gonna inject into your well, because in many cases in the gas lift operated fields, you would usually inject a certain amount of gas, and sometimes you are over-injecting that gas, which is basically a waste. So there is a way you can optimize how much gas you inject, and this is kind of the technology that you would need to allow the gas lift system to calibrate the amount of gas to be injected, right? So I know I have a limited time, but I just wanted to share some of the kind of high level, the technologies we have today in the digital oil field. We are using cloud, we're using IoT, we're using edge computing, right? And we are moving all of our established applications like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry to the cloud. So we allow our engineers to access them more freely using a subscription-based approach. So with that, I would wrap up my slide. I think there's a final slide to allow for just to wrap up on the sustainability, because everything we do also we're implementing digital oil field, but we're also considering how can we also improve the sustainability. So anything that we can sit with our customer to identify how can we reduce carbon footprint, how can we reduce flaring, how can we reduce CO2 emission. It's something that we can we can introduce the innovation factory, and we can actually implement those kind of technologies in our digital oil field application. So with that, I think I'm doing okay with timing. I would thank you all for listening, and I would be very happy to take questions and discuss with you after the presentation, and we'll be standing there in the panel, in the booth to discuss with you and share more technologies.
All right, so, just one question from our online participant.
Okay, so Sofian, thanks for your presentation. There is a question online. It says, with Industry 4.0, the highlight is to connect all devices that can be connected. So with digital oil field, the underlying premise is the fact that with the hardware to measure these variables, and then with the software to analyze, and ML and AI to do analytics and give us information, like you said. You've been in Nigeria as a person and with Schlumberger for a long time, and one of our major challenges is data transmission, right? So if we have all the sensors and we have all the softwares, but we can't transmit the data on time or real time or as close as possible to real time, it becomes an effort in futility. So the question here says, how is SLB working maybe on your own or in partnership with other people to make sure that data transmission is as close as possible to real time so that we can get the value from IoT?
Very good. So let me answer this question in two folds. First of all, the instrumentation itself, the valves and the transmitters, the pressure sensors, the gauges, today, some of them have the Wi-Fi capabilities, right? So you can actually transmit the data to using Wi-Fi, and then they have high range. That's the first part. Then the second part, from either Wi-Fi or cable, from the sensors, the data would go to an edge computation device. From there, you'll be able to transmit the data using your available local telecommunication provider. And this is the answer to the question. So today in Nigeria, we're using MTN and 9 Mobile, depending on the location of the field, to use the concept of IoT to transmit data using 3G to the cloud. So this is the cheapest, affordable, and applicable way of transmitting data. And actually, it has been tested in Nigeria. It has been tested offshore. It has been tested onshore. Depends on the location of the asset. First thing we do is we identify the local telecommunication provider for a 3G network. If available, then we use that. If not available, we can also switch to satellite. So the answer is we can use actually the telecommunication, the cellular network, to transmit data from the asset to the cloud. And this cloud could be a public cloud of your own choice. It could be an in-country cloud, if available, or it could be a local server in your office. So so basically, anywhere you want to transmit this data using the 3G network, we can transmit it to. So this has been actually a solution to the problem of data transmission in Nigeria, because usually you'd require SCADA and you require infrastructure, which is not the case. Right? So I think the answer is IoT and cloud, which is the Industry 4.0 part of the technologies that are available, could actually get us to that level. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for walking us through that overview of the digital production at Schlumberger, and for highlighting the intersection of data and AI with workflows and autonomous operations. It is amazing how much digital intelligence and automation can do to improve overall system efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, you will do well to give him another round of applause. Mr. Sofian Salem, Digital Operations Solution Business Manager at Schlumberger. Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for giving us some insight into how the digital production system at Schlumberger works and operates. All right, we'll move straight to the next speaker. Remember, this category is digital oil field and digitalization. And to speak to us as a representative of Microsoft, please make welcome the digital operations. Please make welcome the subsidiary business group lead, Azure MEA multi-country cluster at Microsoft, Mr. Chukwuma Okpaka. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage for the next 15 minutes. Please keep the applause coming until he gets on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. And thank you so much for this opportunity to represent Microsoft and to share with us some insights on what Microsoft is doing with respect to digitizing the energy sector and helping also in the transition, which is a major business for us. My name is Chuk Sopaka, like he said. I am the Azure business lead for the subsidiary. And I have some slides to share with us. Maybe we can have it on display. So it's about enabling the oil and gas industry. If you know very well, Microsoft vision, Microsoft drive to the market. So go to slide 3 immediately. The second one is the agenda. So it's not needed. So if you look at Microsoft position as an organization, it's all about empowering. Slide number 3, please. is to empower every person and every organization on the face of the earth to see how they can do more, okay, to enable them to achieve more. And this speaks, if you pick up any Microsoft application, it's all about those features that have been embedded in those applications and how they enable virtually every category of persons or organizations, no matter where they are from, no matter their state, to ensure that they can actually achieve more. So this is Microsoft's position, and this is seen in all our products, how we interact with customers, how we interact with, even within the organization, is all about enabling organizations and people. Now for the energy sector, next slide. There are 4 cardinal principles that we consider as Microsoft. One of them is how we increase the investment within the organization, within the engineering, in low-code, no-code type of solution that we have today, and reducing carbon footprint, everything we do within this space just to help in that transition. So this is one of the guiding principles for us. The second one is our commitment to our customers in this very segment also, in the energy sector. We are committed to working with customers who are also effective in driving the net zero transition. The other one, the third one, is our commitment on how we sell our products all over the world, ensuring that every product comes from Microsoft have these very tenets of transition and sustainability, diversity, inclusiveness, everything embedded in all our products. And this is also helping one of the key principles that we have in the energy sector. The first one, which is the last one, is about how we provide technical and engineering resources to ensure that those who we are working with in this space, it could be the likes of Schlumberger, it could be the likes of even oil and gas companies. So understanding that we are in this together and working with them through that entire chain. So sometimes we even go into co-development. They talked here conversation around IoT, machine learning, analytics. We sit down with them to ensure that at every phase of what you want to accomplish, that you have very good product from Microsoft to support that. Next, I want to look at some of the trends we have analyzed or we have looked at in the energy segment. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we know that in the supply and the demand side, which is very critical, there is a lot of conversation around the newer energies, renewable energies, whether it's solar, they are coming up. But how do they compete with existing energy sources? So in whatever form, the reducing and ensuring that there is that level cost, and also even where it's possible, let there be an advantage so that people can have easier cost to move to renewable energy as against staying on where they are. So I think that is one key with respect to the demand and supply, meaning that as renewable energy comes on board, it should be within the price point that people can accept and be able to work with it. The other one is defining the energy landscape through maybe electric vehicles, the growth in that space, and knowing the volume of emission that can be reduced as people migrate to things like electric vehicles. So that's a very key in the supply and demand trend. Also establishing things like prosumer-driven energy grid. There are microgrids that can be very close to those who consume the energy. So this is really what we are talking in this space, so that we can decentralize the dependence on those mega installations that now have to supply the whole nation or have to supply the whole world, if there are microgrids that are very close to those who actually consume those energy. In the digitization and decentralization space, it's about creating new business models using technology. It's also about redefining business processes through the use of technology. and also rethinking the entire process, whether it's those legacy infrastructures, rigs and installations that are existing today. How do we use sensors to actually make them more intelligent and be able to mine data out of them and make them more aligned to the transition we're talking about. It's also about adopting distributed energy resources as against having a monotonous environment where all the things is supplied to everybody. When it's distributed, we cut down on the cost of, if there are errors can be isolated. If there are issues, it can also be isolated and contained within a certain segment. Okay, so that's one advantage in the area of decentralizing the grid. The other one is modern operations. Attaining net zero emission requires, corporate vision. It requires even government having a vision in that. It requires everybody being very intentional about it. Okay, it also requires retraining employees. Okay, to be able to use the tools that will be made available. It also requires establishing workplace safety as a core element of, as a core priority in this whole journey. So modern operations must be attuned, or this is also one thing that's driving, must be attuned to these changes we are talking about. Then the last one there is social and political change, the socioeconomic factor. I think yesterday when we were having the conversation, one of the panel sessions, we talked about clearly how that a thriving business cannot be defined when the society itself is not thriving. So it's what has to go hand in hand. It's also prioritizing the greenhouse, the green future, okay, through government-led initiatives and policies. In the oil and gas specifically, some of the trends we see, in the supply side, we see digital value chain foundation. This is very key, whether in bringing innovation in exploration, bringing innovation in extraction. This is very key. I hear the IoT, the wearables, and so on and so forth. I think Seplat is using today. These are things that can actually help in ensuring that precision, accuracy, and speed are achieved in the extraction and exploration arena. The other one is enabling the intelligent supply chain. It could be IoT that we talked about earlier. It could be advanced analytics. These all help in enabling the supply part. In the demand part, existing retail outlets and their competencies and this has to be well looked at. Also, expanding expertise into new areas. So we have to, like I was analyzing earlier, talking about the fact that we need to know through analytics where the consumers are. We need to know how to be able to ensure that the energy gets to them at the point where they are with minimal disruption. At the heart of that is digitization and decentralization. I think I talked about this briefly. We have to rethink the entire process, how we take technology, and then be able to ensure that those who need the services, we have the right innovation around that. We have the new business models that support it. We also have the right engineering put into it. Modern operations could be things like VR, AR, deployment. The fundamental shift in investment from CapEx to OpEx is also very critical, and the advantage of this is some of the things driving a lot of innovations also in this direction. Workplace safety as a core priority also, we cannot overlook this. So these are things that areas fundamentally, as I share use cases in the upcoming slides, you will see that clearly technology has a key role to play, whether to bring about safety in the workplace, to help in the energy, to help energy companies in achieving more. Social and political. Industry adoption of the greenhouse goals. I think there's the goal I heard about here yesterday, about 2050 goal to reduce emission. we all have to be very intentional about it, not just to make those policies or goals and then just leave it. But that transition, we need to all be in it together. At the heart of the whole thing is technology as an enabler. This is where Microsoft stands. This is also the next slide. This is where Microsoft's position is from our vision, where we said that our goal is to empower every person, every organization to achieve more. So we sit right at the heart of that. Can we have the next slide, please? So whether it's renewables, whether it is crude to petrochemicals, whether it's new energy consumer, whether it's sustainability, it's all about how technology can help in this transformation. Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. And now the next one. So at the heart of that also, we see, next one. We see the digital loop, or digital feedback loop. The feedback we get from consumers, feedback we get from the people in the organization, from the products when they have been, like the question they asked, if these devices or the assets are made to be intelligent, then feedback can actually be pulled from them, and we can analyze those feedback to know certain parameters we need to get, and also how we need to optimize operations. So this is the core of where an organization like Microsoft helps in this in the energy space. So we provide the intelligence, we provide the analysis, we're able to give real-time, accurate information so that decisions can be made concerning your business, decision can be made on how to grow your business. In the next slide, let me just take a few more minutes to talk about this. Oil and gas industry priority. Here, Microsoft can help the oil and gas sector a lot. We can help to achieve a lot. Okay, from increasing operational profitability, efficiency, resilience, while generating value for the stakeholders that play in that space. So whether it's health and safety you want to look, which is very critical, we are there. Intelligence, supply chain, we have solutions that provide in that space. Connected assets and operations, we have solutions that play in that space. So these are different areas of solution. Okay. The other one is transform your workforce. So whether it's in terms of training, whether it's retraining people, ensuring that people have the right skill, they have the right training to ensure that they can adapt. This is very key. Transition to clean energy is a big thing. Reimagining energy, the energy is also quite big. So operating for the future, one of the elements there, whether it's the digital retail stations, knowing what is happening in those retail stations, industrial sites, what is happening in the sites, safety equipments, wherever they are, the people themselves, ensuring that there is accurate, timely information cutting across all of them so that decision can be made whether concerning humans, equipment, processes, and other things. I'd like to talk very briefly on our position in the area of sustainability and the challenges around that. I know time is running fast. That will be slide number 12, sir. Next two slides. Thank you. So the global energy industry faces many operational challenges, we know. Okay? And energy is a vast and mature industry. And we also know that it has a lot of aging infrastructure. Okay? So high installation costs for the renewables, legacy infrastructure unit for digitization, workforce turnover, and digital skills shortage. These are all the challenges that we confront as we want to go in this journey of sustainability and energy transition. But it is a big business. And because it is big, we pay a lot of attention to it. I want to ensure that when it is ultimately done, slide 13 of slide 13. Yeah, it is a big business. I think yesterday also I heard about some of the numbers attached to this, and these are from Microsoft perspective, also some of the numbers attached to it. So it is a big business, and we pay a lot of attention to it, meaning that it's going to drive a whole of things in the future. Next slide. The transition is driving a lot of global shift in supply and demand for energy, and I think this is very critical. Let me just share, as I close, some examples of what we are doing, what we did, or what we have done with some customers in this space. First one is, can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Shell is a global organization and it's a well-known company. They strive to have a safe and welcoming environment at their many retail locations. Okay? As simple and as basic as that requirement. Okay? It's a business requirement, but if you also look at it, there's a lot of technology that can deliver on that. And we're able to help working with them using AI, machine learning solution built on Microsoft Azure to ensure that they're able to keep customers safe in all their environments. Next slide. This is also another customer, an international company that wanted to simplify data governance and management. Again, just data governance and management, policies around them. As basic and as simple as this may be, we also come into how technology and Microsoft can help them develop on this. If you go, I have shared here a couple of slides. I don't know whether this, all the remaining slides are all customer use cases, things we have done with a lot of customers. So go to the next one. This is a Grizzard. We have done business with them also, the business case and requirement clearly, and we're able to help them with their SAP on Azure. Next one. ExxonMobil, we also help them, again, using Microsoft solutions. Next one. Again, next one. BP, I think BP is quite a huge, have like 2 or 3 slides on that. But it suffices to say that no matter how basic, it's all about enabling organizations to achieve more. This is where Microsoft sits at the heart of the whole thing. Is we have products, we have solutions that enable organizations to achieve more. Thank you so much. I think that is it.
Enabling organizations to achieve more. That seems like a very, very, very marketable tagline for Microsoft. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, technology is at the heart of maybe next year. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is at the heart of the oil and gas industry operations, and yes, it is refreshing to see Microsoft's imprint in the energy space via products and services, technological solutions, adaptable business models, and other interventions, pretty much across a considerable portion of the entire value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, we just listened to the subsidiary business group lead, Azure MEA multi-country cluster at Microsoft, Chukwuma Okpaka. Allow me to beg your indulgence. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that presentation. All right, to wrap things up in this category, digital oil field and digitalization, we have our final speaker who will be speaking on behalf of Emerson. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please make welcome the digital transformation lead West Africa, Peter Paul Pokwola. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. So I've been advised that should you exceed the 15-minute mark, you pay a fine. All right. Seplat will what? They are capable. I believe you.
Good day, everyone. I'm excited to be here again at the Seplat Technology Week this year. It's great and it's exciting for me to see what Seplat is doing in the technology space. I dare say that they are the market leaders in terms of technology adoption across West Africa. So I think we should give them a round of applause once again. My name is Peter Paul Kwokwola, and I lead the Emerson Digital Transformation business across West Africa. Can we have the slides, please? The next slide. So for us here at Emerson, there are 4 major KPIs or business goals that we preach when we talk about digital transformation, and it's all about increasing safety, maximizing and optimizing production, improving reliability, optimizing our energy consumption and usage, and as well reducing emissions. This is the aim of technology as far as Emerson is concerned, and its adoption to our processes as an organization. And what is the overall underlying factor? Why are we doing this? We are doing this to empower our workforce, basically reduce the time our workers spend doing manual rounds, getting data acquisition, and empowering them with more data for decision making, and of course improving collaboration between the employees. Next slide, please. Yeah, so when we talk about technology, it starts with data. And we have been doing the data business for 100 years now. And for digital transformation and technology adoption, we have decided to go with wireless. And we've been in the wireless space for over 16 years, winning multiple awards, for the wireless infrastructure category. And we have over 25 billion operating hours across the globe. Why do we choose wireless? Because it saves costs, total installation cost of your measurement points, and of course, it accommodates change and improves safety of our workers. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is our extensive portfolio, which enables us to position ourselves as a one-stop shop for all your critical measurement points. So both for process monitoring, we have our legacy pressure transmitters, temperature transmitters, flow and level. We have all of that. But we have gone a step further by making the wireless versions of these measurement devices. And we didn't stop at that. We've also gotten ourselves involved in the reliability space, where we have wireless vibration transmitters, wireless non-intrusive corrosion transmitters, and some safety devices, which I'll be talking about in the upcoming slides. Next, please. Yeah, so just a quick note before we start talking about this slide. So our wireless devices work on the wireless ART protocol. Most of us here that are operators are familiar with the ART protocol. It's a global standard being used. So it's a mesh network, and the reliability of our batteries is between 5 to 9 years. These are globally proven statistics that I'm talking about here. So when it comes to the first pillar of digital transformation, which is production optimization. To do that, you need to get more insights into your devices, starting from your reservoir, wellhead, up to the flow stations and the export lines. Taking a look at this picture, we see a wide range of devices like your pressure transmitters, your valve indication, position monitors, you have your non-intrusive corrosion sensors, you have your gas detectors as well, to check for hydrocarbon leakage on our wellhead, and all this connect and talk to each other. That's what I mean by a wireless network. So we do not need the H2S detector at the far left of my screen, to talk directly to the wireless gateway. It talks to all the devices on the wellhead, before eventually getting to the gateway. What this does is it improves the reliability and redundancy of our communication network. Next slide, please. Another critical solution that we see in the production optimization space, which is gaining a lot of momentum now, is corrosion monitoring. So the oil and gas industry started with corrosion coupons, so those are things that you put in your lines just to check for corrosion if it's happening. But we all know corrosion always happens though. And we've been able to evolve that to monitor the risk of corrosion using the inline probes and the picture below. And what we've done in that space to reduce, manual rounds of our corrosion engineers is we've manufactured a wireless transmitter that wirelessly transmits those corrosion data to your desk in the Lagos office or anywhere in the world. And we've gone a step further, not to just monitor the risk of corrosion in our plant, but to also monitor the impact of that corrosion on our assets like pipelines, test separators, stroke valves. And we innovated and manufactured this device on the far right. It's a wireless non-intrusive corrosion detector that gives you ultrasonic thickness measurements. That's how much life you have left in your pipelines. So rather than doing shutdowns and turnarounds blindly without data, you can say for sure this pipeline needs to be replaced in the next 5 years. There's no need replacing it now. That will help us, to reduce the time we spend and increase the efficiency of our turnarounds. Next slide, please. Yes, the final solution we have to showcase today on production optimization is something we call location awareness. So if you remember the first slide I showed, there are 4 pillars. We are talking about safety here. COVID has changed the dynamics of how we work. We know that in the office and even on site as well. So there's a greater need, to monitor the location of our employees when they're in the field. These devices that you see below are tags that can be attached to ID cards of our workers and can be kept in their back pockets, and they communicate wirelessly to some gateways that we have, and a safety manager from his screen can see where all the employees in his plant are, and that gives us live tracking abilities. Not only that, we can do some geofencing. So if there are some known hazardous areas that you don't want people to get to, of course, we know ourselves as Nigerians, you tell them don't go to the water treatment facility, but somebody will find a way to get there to pick what is not missing here. So we're able to do geofencing. And yes, there are safety alerts as well. So someone falls down in the plant or has an incident, there's a button on those tags you can press to allow the safety manager to call for help. So responders know the exact location, to render the help to the fallen employee. And of course, for our mustering activities, rather than wasting 30 minutes, 1 hour doing some mustering, roll call activities, right from your app there, you can see if everybody has been safely moved out of the plant to a safe area. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is a complex and engineered solution which we call the wireless plant network. So we are increasingly seeing the mix and the combination of IT and OT in our workspace as oil and gas workers. So Emerson has collaborated with top technology and communication providers, which I will not name here, to provide that mix of OT and IT infrastructure. So we can have Wi-Fi, as you know it, internet around your plant, and we can also have the wireless HART communication around the plant at the same time. Next slide. So that's it for the hardware devices that we have, and we'll be going to software. So many of us know Emerson as a hardware company. We are familiar with the Rosemont brand, the Fisher brand, but not so many of us know that Emerson is also a software company. In fact, a software leader. And we recently, showed that by investing in Aspen Tech. It's available on the internet. You might want to check that up after now. So what I would like to start with is our digital twin capabilities. Recently, we supplied an application of this to Gas, that's the OTS. That's an offshoot from our digital twin capabilities. So from the design phase of our project, we're able to help you to do things like feed studies, develop automation systems ahead of time, even before the procurement and engineering phase. And of course, we scale that up all through your automation and startup commissioning activities up to the life cycle part. Next slide, please. Another innovative solution I would like to talk about is our cloud portfolio. So we have a cloud SCADA system. Now this is quite remarkable and innovative for me because you'd agree with me that there are some sites and utilities that we have that are not economic enough to develop a SCADA or a distributed control system for. But you also want to have remote capabilities for these sites. You want to be able to monitor and control them. That is where this comes into play. So a DCS or a SCADA system might take you about a couple of months to deploy, but within a few weeks, you can deploy a cloud SCADA solutions anywhere in the world and giving you access on your mobile phone, your tabs, and your plants. Next slide, please. Yes, I've been around since the first day of this technology week, and for everyone that has been around as well, you'd agree with me that the most used word or the vibe or trend of this discussion has been around ESG. That's because it's a growing, indicator of business performance, and it's a very key and vital benchmark for shareholders and our global investors, right? Listening to the panel talk this morning, I aligned with their views and in the form of energy source decarbonization. So we all know that recently gas has been approved as a cleaner source of energy, and we in Africa don't see ourselves going into hydrogen or solar as our mainstream. No, we're going to be using gas for a while. But what Emerson has done, because we are committed to ESG and we are committed to our environment. And if you look at our last annual report, in the last 1 year, we've been able to reduce our carbon, our CO2 emissions by over 10%, and our global electricity consumption has also been reduced by 11%. So we are very, very much committed to encouraging our customers and our suppliers, to implement some of these things. So strictly for the oil and gas, we will be looking at if we cannot, decarbonize our energy sources. The least I think we should do as a country, as a continent, as an organization in Seplat, is to at least do some form of reduction of emissions. And of course, there's still room to optimize our energy consumption. So I'll be talking about our energy management information system and our predictive emissions monitoring system. Next slide, please. Yes, so our predictive emissions monitoring system is called PEMS, and what this basically does is that we take note of your critical assets like your boilers, generators, turbines, compressors, who are the bad actors when it comes to emission. And we gather real-time process data and train our AI and machine learning capabilities such that after a short period of time, let's say 4 to 6 months, right there on your screen, you're able to accurately predict what you are emitting. And this is a cheaper version of, SEMS, which is continuous emission monitoring, where you have real-time sensors and analyzers in your plant, giving you the real-time. You can do this using software, using AI and machine learning. This, I see, is a quick win for Seplat when it comes to, sustainability and energy transition. We should be able to say, as of today, Seplat, what are we emitting into the atmosphere? It's good to plant trees, it's good to want to eliminate the emissions, but part of ESG demands that you need to clarify and establish where you are now and plan for the future. And I think this will do that for you. We're currently talking with some IOCs in Nigeria on deploying this before the end of the year or early next year. Next slide, please. For energy, so also for a typical refinery, you see energy accounts for about 30 to 50% of their operating costs. So for me, talking about ESG, we also need to look at our energy consumption. The speakers on the panel said it today. Europe, Latin America, Asia Pacific, they've been able to optimize their energy consumption. So they also reduce generation when needed. So we as a company too, we can take the next step in our ESG goals to say we want to optimize our energy consumption. And Emerson is doing this for customers across Middle East and even North Africa. We're talking to one of the North African countries and deploying this solution for them countrywide. I think this is something we can also do here in Seplat. Next slide, please. So this is my final slide, and just to bring all of these individual points and applications together, how do we achieve digital transformation in Emerson? So we have data lake capabilities. We're in partnership with Microsoft and AWS for cloud solutions, and we have connectors that can retrieve data from over 200 sources, and we connect and contextualize that data, and you can visualize it on whatsoever visualization tools you want, Power BI, Tableau, and we also have Optics Portal. So Optics Portal is a mobile and scalable application that gives you augmented reality capabilities. It expands collaboration, capabilities across your organization as well. For instance, an engineer is on the site and the manager is somewhere in Europe, maybe on vacation, and they need to carry out a maintenance activity. There seems to be a lack of understanding or technical competence at site. Through that app, the technician can scan the valve or the transmitter is working on, and they can have a video chat and share data sheets, installation manuals, maintenance manuals and procedures on that very application. Of course, this also ties into our CMMS like SAP and IBM Maximo. So work order generation and all of those maintenance activities can be done as well. I think I've spoken a bit on our machine learning and AI capabilities. So to round this up, this is just a short overview to some of the applications we see that are readily, applicable to Seplat and operations. Just like the panelists asked today, what are the quick wins, Seplat can, get involved in? And I think I've been able to show you some of them. Thank you very much, Seplat.
Temilolua, Mr. Popola is afraid to pay fine. So he was bang on time. Thank you very much, Mr. Popola. I like where you ended, because part of the whole essence of this meeting is to provide solutions that Seplat can adopt and deploy once it goes through the necessary processes in-house and solve the problems that we have out there on the field. And that is where you've ended, shared with us the solutions that really can be taken as quick wins. Thank you very much. Peter Popola. Okay, so we're continuing. Peter Popola is the Digital Transformation Lead West Africa for Emerson. We're continuing with the presentations. We will, because we've just come from a break, let's just run through the next three, play a short mashup video from what has been happening since day one, and then we will take a stretch break and continue with the next cluster. First here now is the Chief Executive Officer, who is on site in the room with us, of Prune Urge Development Technologies Limited. I'd like to welcome Joel Ogunshola.
Thank you very much. Is there slide control?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joel Ogunshola, and I work with ProNedge. We're a technology solutions company, and we're super excited to be able to have the opportunity to share with you what our thoughts are around using technology as a tool to transform and drive transformation as you think about your growth within the energy sector. The topic was around using technology as a key enabler, and we understand fully well that over the last 2 days or 2.5 days thereabout, there's been extensive presentations and conversations around technology, what the capabilities are, what the different solutions area are. I'll quickly work on try to introduce our entity and what we've done in the past. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So ProNedge is a technology solutions company based here out of Lagos. 4 locations globally, over 165 people now, essentially. And we've done a lot of projects within the oil and gas space, FSI, government, as well as within the development space. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. From a technology competence standpoint, we have about 6 broad areas of technology competence, starting from IoT solutions, being able to deliver custom-made IoT solutions that solve specific problems within industry, hardware and cloud infrastructure, emerging technologies around blockchain, data engineering and AI, the software capability, as well as cybersecurity capabilities. Please, can you move to the next slide? Next. Next. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, so I think we lost that. But essentially, the next slide was supposed to then start to look at okay, thank you. All right, thank you. So just before the slide comes back up, our approach as an entity is always been to first sit with the business to understand where they are. And this is understanding that any organization this size already has certain investment that's gone into digital transformation. There's most likely a roadmap, and there's already certain investment that's gone into executing certain areas and aspects of that roadmap. And what we've then always tried to do was to first sit with the business to carry out a needs assessment process to understand what the biggest challenges are and to seek to be partners to the entities rather than vendors. And in that case, that would mean us co-investing with the customer around carrying out proof of concept and proof of values around the different technology areas. Next slide. Next. Okay, all right, thank you. The very first area we tried, to represent within this presentation was around talking about how cloud computing. Now, while we're all very familiar, with cloud computing, we still understand that a lot of solutions today either are not modernized or some of these solutions still sit on-prem. And we tried to basically speak about what the possibilities are as an organization as you're looking to transform. How can you use cloud computing to basically move a number of your capabilities forward by optimizing the process? And from a cloud computing standpoint, there are a number of key benefits when you think about adopting various forms of cloud computing applications or moving your current set of applications that you have sitting on-prem today into cloud environment, such as cost savings, ensuring connected operations, and most importantly, reliability and the ease of scaling up and scaling down operations or services at different points in time, as well as better reliability. Most of the public cloud offerings today, either Microsoft or AWS today, would provide a 99.9% most times guarantee when it comes to uptime. With challenges around electricity, connectivity today, cloud solutions definitely provide a better offering. Now, beyond buying the cloud buckets or buying cloud storage or whatever you choose, whatever platform you choose to adopt, it's important to be able to think about modernizing applications you have today that either sit on-prem, optimizing them for cloud environments to ensure that, one, you're optimizing for cost, optimizing for performance, as well as productivity, as well as, most importantly, integrating your different solutions. So we also understand that with an organization this size, there is likely to be a scenario where you have a lot of solutions existing in silos. So how do you integrate all of these solutions together? How do you containerize them and use the cloud to scale up your operations? Next slide. The second was looking at Internet of Things. I know that the business definitely isn't new to IoT, and there's a lot of investment that's gone into IoT, either from a monitoring, from a control, from a data gathering standpoint. We would love to be able to work with the business around taking a second look and looking further to expand your IoT capabilities. So how can we use our IoT competence within the team to help you with experimenting or, basically prototyping some of the new ideas or some of the new concepts you love to work with. We try to highlight some areas where we believe that IoT would be of good value to the business, such as drilling management, pipeline monitoring some of your offshore operations, cargoes, health and safety, as well as monitoring some of your carbon footprint as you're looking to become more sustainable and environmental friendly. Next slide. And the last is around big data. All of these solutions, whether software or IoT applications or mobile applications or web applications that sit on the cloud or on-prem, they all generate some form of data and they all serve as some form of data points. Now, how can we utilize our competence from a data and AI standpoint to help the business transform its decision-making or improve its decision-making process using data? How do you ensure that you can also improve processes and operations by identifying trends and patterns using data? That's something we'd really be excited to be able to work with business around. Next slide. So like I mentioned, I think there's a slide missing, but like I mentioned, we would really love to be able to work with the business from a partnership standpoint, looking at carrying out POCs or prototyping various ideas within your existing digital transformation roadmap. Thank you very much.
You pruned your time to the edge of even below 15 minutes, so thank you. Pronage, thank you very much for walking us through that quick presentation. All of the recap we'll do a little later, but let's speed through this. Okay, onwards now, we're continuing to our next presenter, who is joining us remotely from Halliburton. We'd like to now yield the virtual stage to Cesar Garcia. Cesar Garcia is the Production Solutions Advisor, EESSA region. Cesar, good. I don't know where you're dialing from, but it's safe to say good afternoon, Cesar. Can you hear me? Technical, is Cesar online? Technical? Cesar's online?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Cesar. Technical, make me see Cesar, please. Brilliant. I see you. We hear you. The stage is yours. 15 minutes is your time. Take it from here.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, host. Good afternoon to everyone. Hope you're all doing fine and you can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank Seplat Energy on behalf of Halliburton for allowing us to be this part of this technology event and for the invitation to participate and present. This is a strategic technology event for Nigeria and Africa, and as such, we're very excited to be here. My name is Cesar Garcia. I'm a production solution advisor for Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa, working for Halliburton Landmark, and my experience is mainly on the implementation of digital field solutions for E&P companies. For the past 25 years, that's basically what I've been doing. As I said before, it's a pleasure to present Halliburton experience in digitalization and in production and reservoir management solutions for this distinguished audience. Next slide, please. Please move on. So Halliburton 4.0 is our framework, and it puts digital transformation into action. It is transforming how we work in different ways, such as connecting the field to the boardroom and interoperation with our customer systems, with our digital partners, with rig contractors, with suppliers, and so on and so forth. The Halliburton 4.0 framework is based on 4 pillars, which are shown here. Subsurface 4.0, which delivers subsurface intelligence using an evergreen model of planet Earth and integrated data from different sources. It allows operators to gain accurate, real-time insights to inform better decisions on how to develop the asset from first oil to the later phases of field development. Well construction, the second item, 4.0, is about planning, designing, and executing the optimal well through collaborative well engineering, automation, and virtual remote operations. As part of this, virtual well operations around the world that can integrate real-time data feeds for new levels of accuracy and insights. Reservoir and Production 4.0, which is going to be our focus today, is about optimizing the reservoir, well, field, and assets to increase production and reduce asset operation costs. This will be the focus of my presentation today, as I will describe how we see digital field technologies can support your operations and even your transition into greener energy. At the bottom, you'll see Energy 4.0, which is the digital infrastructure that supports the framework as a whole. It's an open architecture platform and allows Halliburton, not only Halliburton internal digital applications, but also customers and third parties. It enables real-time operations and data management, software and applications for digital workflows, machine learning, and data science. Next slide, please. Reservoir and Production 4.0. This is our footprint when it comes to implementation. We have an experience over the last 15 years that includes more than 30 digital field engagements for more than 20 companies around the world. Geographically, we cover the Americas, we cover Africa, Europe, Middle East is a big hub, and Asia Pacific. As part of this, we have implemented solutions for a wide range of assets, onshore, offshore, deep water, conventional, unconventional, green and mature fields, and also for all different sorts of wells and artificial lift systems. We have worked, as part of this, we have worked with the customers alongside to design, automate, and enhance more than 100 engineering workflows that come on your daily day-to-day activities, and also to integrate to different databases and data sources, different modeling tools, and in general to break silos between organizations and streamline the access to data for production and reservoir engineers. All of this has been done by a sustained continuous engagement and collaboration with end users, IT department, data management teams, and they have all benefited significantly by it. Next slide, please. Digitalization in production is related to the inception and evolution of digital fields and to the information and operational technologies that underpin these solutions. They have been around for a while. They're all different from each other, and they basically address specific challenges for each asset. From the start, which was mainly based on telemetry system, known today as SCADA, and including technologies that are today as Internet of Things, IoT devices, to the more recent concept of digital twins. These technologies are intended to support integrated asset modeling, integrated surveillance, and at the end, optimization of your assets. Digital fields combine real-time data, which you will see on the left-hand side from sensors, and also more static data from production, drilling, and subsurface databases, systems of records that are then merged into first principle models, physics-based models, and automated engineering workflows that replicate the work engineers do on a daily basis. On top of that, there are the relatively new data-driven workflows, especially those based on machine learning and artificial intelligence that are becoming of great relevance and components of these integrated asset models. All these components provide the tools and insights to perform decision-making at the right time, in ways more accurate and faster than before. Activities like setting choke size, optimizing water and chemical injection, deciding on the optimal ESP frequency to sustain production while increasing run life are just some of the areas that digital fields support on a day-to-day basis and in a longer term when it comes to optimization of fields in your operations. I will say that in summary, digital field technologies have proved more than enough to help you reach your asset potential, preventing losses and supporting optimization in more efficient operations from wells to the points of sales. The adoption of digital field technologies have supported operators and regulators in their path to energy transition. How? By increasing efficiencies, reducing losses and unnecessary emissions, and especially allowing engineers to focus on producing on the new age of advantage hydrocarbons. The next slide, please. In Halliburton, we tend to group different our solutions under the umbrella of integrated asset operations and optimization, and as such, to cover areas from the reservoir to the export facilities or vessels. There are different types of digital workflows for wellbores, for pipelines, manifolds, jackets, surface networking in general, and also for facilities, oil and gas processing, compressor facilities, you name it. The type of digital solutions that are usually encountered are displayed on the slide. If you start from the left bottom, reservoir performance management, well performance management, which is highlighted because we're in red because we're going to cover it in a while, flow assurance applications, equipment performance management, and then both short-term and long-term production optimization and production planning and optimization. The next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned before, this slide is focused on one type of solution, which are well performance management. The type of workflows that you will encounter here are listed on the left-hand side. You will see virtual metering, well test scheduling, capturing, analysis, well model update to keep your digital teams evergreen, artificial lift optimization, production loss management, well integrity management, and field performance management. We're going to be focused on one use case that we consider of relevance because of the magnitude and complexity, which is one in the Middle East specifically Kuwait company, which is highlighted here. The next slide, please. So this digital field was implemented in Middle East, and it addressed the customer objective was to optimize a large, mature, complex asset, more than 1,200 wells, 8 in 8 fields, 80% of which are using ESP. Some of them are using gas lift. This is a water flooded field, a carbonate, quite mature, and one of the objectives was to offset pressure is being water flood, so to offset the pressure decline after an intensive exploitation of more than 50 years, mostly utilizing traditional methods and manual efforts for data gathering and operations in general. The solution was to first provide the ability to gather real-time data and visualize it, then to implement automated workflows for the main purposes of initially perform a section-based surveillance, which will free time from the engineers, to provide ability to generate smart alarms, to provide virtual metering to follow up on the well's performance, to perform automated diagnostic based both on physics-based models and machine learning rules, to provide well test validation and model update, keep the digital twin evergreen, and finally and overall to provide well performance and optimization capabilities. This is the way to sustain production in the field and even increase through the identification of opportunities for all gains. This was done by orchestrating not only Halliburton models, but also third parties. One thing we found out in digital fields is that there's already solutions that can be leveraged and can be integrated, and we promote an open architecture. So in this case, there was integration to modeling tools such as Prosper and Gap, and then also such as Nexus and Nectus for ourselves. And then on the facilities side, we were using Unistim. And finally, but not least, there was integration to existing data sources from the customer, the SCADA system, the production database, and so on and so forth. At the end, it's been a long-term journey, and the benefits that have been realized from the implementation of the digital field are listed at the bottom. There's been a 7% increase in uptime when it comes to ESP wells, and there's been a productivity improvement from the engineering side of 400%, 4 times. Next slide, please. This slide shows the journey, and this is interesting because when you see the timeline, you can see how implementation started in a relatively small group of wells, 49 wells, 2009, and it was a pilot implementation intended to prove the technologies. As it's been a while, some of these technologies were not completely proven in the market, and this was somehow a way to decide which technologies would be selected to continue into expansion, which was the second phase in 2013 to 183 wells. After the end users decided to assume control of the solution, then there was a full field expansion, which happened in 2018, and extended the solutions, the selected solutions, I will say, to 1,200 wells. As we speak, we're going into what is called phase 2, which is expand on the existing footprint by adding additional workflows and functionalities as per new challenges that arose in the assets. Next one, please. The user wanted to have a proactive, intelligent decision support system and wanted to address challenges and meet its strategic goals with collaborative ways of working. And what you're looking at is a collaboration center. A collaboration center is a state-of-the-art facility with collaborative technologies, such as large video walls that you see on each side of the screen, a conference system to be able to communicate from the offices to the field, intelligent workstations, and movable partitions to allow for teams to group and regroup and split as needed, and to host either large or smaller team when they meet to leverage the technologies that were put in place for engineering analysis and decision making. The place serves as the day-to-day work environment where different teams converge, from operations to field development to management to well surveillance, but also as a showcase to promote utilization, perform training, knowledge transfer, and so on, and to ensure the value is added continuously. There is a significant investment in digital fields, and added value is a must. It's something that comes that needs to be demonstrated sometimes in order to continue these efforts. Okay, and the way this is done and proven without doubt is through the identification of all gain opportunities and identification of production losses. The next slide, please. So let's start with the field instrumentation. This is at the wellhead. And can you please click on as if you were going to the next slide? What you're looking at is a typical well deployment. You will see multi-phase flow meters, or let me take a step back. You will see the typical variables that you monitor from a wellhead. Flow line pressure, wellhead temperature, wellhead pressure. As these are ESP wells, then you will also see ESP variables. But in addition to that, there were two items that were added to the equation. One was the ability to measure water cut. This was a test, a pilot test. And then the ability for some high producers to measure flow by the use of multi-phase flow meters. The next slide, please.
Caesar, please, can you round off? Your time is actually up. We'll just take the next few seconds.
The physics engine.
Go ahead, Caesar. Just round off. Just round off in a few seconds. Thank you. Is it frozen?
It's frozen, I think. Yeah. I think it's frozen on my side.
Oh, okay. I said you can just take the next few seconds to a minute to round off, please.
Okay. Can you move on to the next slide? So the physics engine, this shows the level of complexity. Can you move on to the next slide? The automated workflows that I was mentioning, there's a whole group of them, and they address the specific challenge of this asset. Can you move on to the next one? And then the user experience. This is where
I think he's gone again. Okay, we can just make progress from there. Is he on? Sean?
Openly, and this is because of the integration capabilities. I believe this is the end of it. Exceeding the time slot. Thank you for your attention, and feel free to reach out to me when needed for more information.
All right, thank you, Caesar Gashia, Production Solutions Advisor, EESSA region for Halliburton. Onwards now to Cypher Crescent. Cypher Crescent, as I welcome the General Manager, Technical Operations and Consulting, Mr. Adango Hart. Mr. Hart? Let's please welcome Mr. Hart. He's speaking to us live in the room here.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. This afternoon, I'll be speaking on digitalization and its impact in asset management. What I'll try to canvass today is basically a message based on observation that we have noticed around the E&P companies. So I've titled my slide, Knowing What to Do First. And that's the message that I want to pass. Next slide. But first, let me take a couple of minutes and share with us about Cypher Crescent. So Cypher Crescent is a wholly indigenous oil and gas servicing company that is focusing on digital capacity development engineering research, engineering modeling, and technology development. And basically our goal is simply to help E&P companies, both in countries and around the world, to achieve operational excellence and their life cycle economic value of their assets through fit for purpose and cost-effective innovative solution and services. So speaking about assets, I would first of all like to just lay a bit of background on what asset management is, because I think that is basically the ground on which we could start this conversation in the workshop. So asset management basically involves the use of technical, operational, and organizational solutions to be able to achieve optimal production. The key enablers or pillars to asset management remains the organization. Of course, the organization must be able to provide that enabling support and the strategic goal. The people must be skilled enough, and then you have data, the process, as well as the technology. The theme of this conference has been rightly picked, technology, an enabler to sustainable energy transition. Now, if you look up in the image to the right of my slide, basically it provides like a typical workflow towards one of our critical goals in the E&P business. Now, in the E&P business, of course, we gather lots of data. And at the end of gathering this data, what we want to do next is that we want to pass this data through some form of analytics that allows us to be able to uncover insights, see opportunities, unlock values from those data. And those values or opportunities, we call these opportunities, and then we basically pass those opportunities through a kind of assurance process where we screen the opportunities, we rank them, and then they become candidates. And at the end of the day, once we have identified the candidates, we mobilize, we go to the field, and then we carry out what we call the execution of these candidates, and that basically sustains or improves production. And Cypher Crescent from day one has been supporting E&P companies to unlock value in the way that we increase production. We help E&P companies to increase their production. We also help them in enhancing their asset integrity as well as OPEX reduction. So generally, before I leave the asset management slide, is just to let us know that the key frontier to asset management remains digitalization, which simply means that what we've been discussing since the start of this section on digitalization is key. We must get it right. And to understand what digitalization is, I would like to use the next couple of slides to canvas with us a roadmap to digitalization. Next slide, please. So a key roadmap to digitalization will involve first the digitalization of our data. First, what is digitalization? It is the re-engineering of business processes, leveraging innovative technology. And what this simply means is that first, we need to digitize. Immediately we have ended digitization, the next thing is that all digital data has to be integrated, because at the core of digitalization is digital data. Now, looking around the industry, which I will discuss also in a couple of slides, is that around the world, our industry seems to be doing a lot of catch-up on understanding the word digitization. I mean, I've discussed with a lot of industry professionals, as well as look at certain solutions that are canvassed out there in our industry. And sadly, one of the things that is clearly noticed is that we confuse the word digitization with the word scanning of documents, which also will be discussed. So let's move to the next slide, please, so that we just look at some key challenges in asset management. Next slide. So one of the key challenges in asset management basically is our understanding of digitization. Digitization basically is a conversion of static analog data, which usually we have in our industry. In fact, most of us that inherit assets, that's basically where we started from. digital data, those analog data have to be converted to digital formats that are readable and queryable by computer program. And in our industry, oftentimes when we say we are doing digitization projects, or you find an E&P company saying that, oh, we have done digitization projects, they have not really converted their data into formats that computer programs can be able to read, query easily. I'll give you an example. One of the industries that is very advanced in the realm of digitization is, thank you. One of the industries that is very advanced in digitization is the music industry. So I'll share with you the music industry and try to explain why they are way, way ahead of the oil and gas industry. In the music industry, most of us, we grew up loving music. And while we listen to music, oftentimes we find ourselves listening to certain music that we struggle to know who the artist really is. And basically in that realm, we could easily get confused. But look at a couple of years back. You'll notice that for any music that you listen to, you can easily place an app close to that music, and once you keep an app close to that music, it will be able to tell you who the artist is. I'm sure most of us, we know that app. It's called the Shazam. Now, Shazam is able to work that way because it's able to match music based on a machine learning algorithm. And that is even made possible leveraging mathematics. Leveraging mathematical model, which is one of the key expertise of Cypher Crescent in building digital solutions and digitalization technology from first principle, simply means that Shazam or any other music tool or app simply have to employ one of the mathematical topics that we did in school called Fourier series. And the Fourier transform basically simply means that they have to transform the function of that music from a time domain to a frequency domain. And this they employ even using a sub-functionality of the Fourier transform that we call the short-time Fourier transform. So basically, once that has been transformed to a frequency domain, it can be visualized. And immediately you visualize it, it becomes a spectrogram. And then for any music, once that spectrogram has been placed on what is called like a MEL scale or a melody scale, primarily it becomes a stack of Fourier transform. And whenever any music plays, just by keeping the application close to that music, it's able to match it and tell you the data. Now, why is this important? It's because of the way we understand digitization in our industry. Now, if you look at the picture to the right of that slide, basically what that picture shows is our well schematic. In the industry currently, most of our well schematics are static. Most of the data we also make use of in our industry is static. I'll give an example. Sometimes when we are planning well re-entry projects, someone is assigned the task of searching for the maximum deviation of the well. In fact, that is a major task, and the person can spend 30 minutes or even an hour. Now imagine if that person is doing it for a couple of candidates, and they just want to know what is the maximum deviation so that the technology that will be deployed to that particular well can be properly selected. Now that person will take that as a job. But if we are to achieve operational excellence in the way we run our assets, that is not supposed to be a job that should last 10 minutes or even 5 minutes. It's supposed to be a job that basically you can just leverage Cypher Crescent technology called the Sepal WRM or well and reservoir management technology using the machine learning or the AI functionality called Sepal Assistant, and with just a simple, text. What is the maximum deviation of well? This, and this. It will just throw out the output. So clearly, this slide emphasizes that our industry, we need to understand the concept of digitization and also see that digitization is a precursor or a first step to digitalization. Once we get this right, then other things will also fall in right. Next slide, please. Now, the next couple of slides that I'll be sharing, they will have a lot of infographics. I'm sure that most of us may have seen this, but it's imperative that I also bring it to light. Next slide. Okay, so the next couple of slides just clearly show some statistics around the world that engineers, of which This particular statistic, I'm sure most of us will be able to agree with it, that we spend about 86% of engineers experience difficulty in locating crucial data. 86%. Imagine that statistics. Then when you look at your far right, you will notice a line manager. Now this line manager, he needs to go for a business meeting, but he's looking for data. He walks up to the person in charge of that function. The person in charge of that function, a lot of technology has been deployed, but the person is saying that it's not in my possession. Maybe this person cannot even access the data, or maybe this person is not even available at the moment. He's on vacation, so he doesn't have access to that particular data. He talks to the person for support. The person for support is saying that, oh, it's not in my KPI or my objective, and so on and so forth. People just keep giving reason, one reason or the other. And all of this is because they cannot access the right data that is needed at the right time. All because of functional discipline silos in the way they work. Next slide, please. The next slide also talks about generally what the time breakdown of a typical E&P engineer really is. Now, if you take a close look at that particular image, the time breakdown of an E&P engineer, you will find out that the major percentage of it is spent on data search. So a typical E&P engineer sees data search or data uncovering as a big task. Why? Because maybe his role or he's about planning for an FDP, and all he has to do to contribute to that FDP is to go get something like the last well test rate of that well. I mean, that engineer sees that as a big job. However, if we are to achieve operational excellence in the way we work, that is not supposed to be a job that he should be spending over 60% of his time. That should be a job that technology is supposed to help him to achieve in less than no time, and then he spends the entire amount of time on value creation activity. As you can see there, the real work, he's only spending 18%, which simply means that that engineer cannot run multiple what-if scenarios to be able to present several use cases to management for better decision making. Next slide, please. Now, the final slide and where I'll be dwelling on basically is what usually most of us have seen as the issue of perception or perspectives. Now, someone on the left is saying that this is 4, the other person on the right is saying that this is 3. And that is also a key challenge in asset management. So when we come for reviews, reviews are basically the fulcrum for identifying or agreeing on opportunities. So when we hold our reviews, we spend a lot of time trying to align. We spend a lot of time trying to see things from the same lens. The reason is because several people are coming with different perspectives. People are seeing things from different angles. Someone else is saying that, oh, this particular well is a long string or is a tango. Another person is saying that this is a dual completion, and so on and so forth. People are just seeing things from different perspectives. And that is as a result of data accuracy. If the quality of our data has been moved, migrated, democratized, or transformed from the analog format, the format in which it is static and also it is not readable by computers, then we can be able to get more accurate results. Our data will be accurate. So data accuracy is one of the key challenges in our well reviews. Data completeness is also a key challenge. We have seen scenarios and we keep seeing such scenario play out, where basically someone is planning for an intervention and something as crucial as the TD depth of the well or even the size of the tubing is a critical uncertainty. And that is clearly because somewhere in the well status diagram, someone has clearly omitted it, or the well status diagram was not updated. And the reason why oftentimes these updates may not be done is because it is static and it is also very difficult to carry out those updates on static formats. Data availability is also a key challenge, where of course we want to be able to collaborate, but because of availability and access to data, we cannot do that. And also we cannot audit, repeat, and also see our data consistent. Clearly, all of this challenge, if you take the review outcome to the field, there will be a common issue, and that issue will be a misalignment at coalface. It will be a misalignment because those that will be executing the program right in the field, they will have lots of uncertainty and they will not be able to understand the spirit behind the program. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides, I'll just share with us how Cypher Crescent have solved all of this challenge. We are solving this challenge for lots of E&P firms, and a lot of companies have derived maximum values from it. And the solution to this challenge, instead of our engineers going into archive room to look for data, we call this solution the data democratization or digitalization service. Now, this service offers unique values that provide easy access to data, the data that you need. It also ensures that there is that efficient cross-discipline collaboration within the team. Rich well reviews are carried out where all of the stakeholders, the PT, the ROEs, the PP, the petrophysicists, the geologists, they are all in alignment. Not a situation where the ROE is running a forecast with an instantaneous rate that is different from what the PT is carrying in his own analysis. Next slide, please. And the technology used in enabling this service is the Seplat WRM technology. This technology, next slide, please, have been deployed in several E&P companies in Nigeria. Companies that have used it have been able to amplify their identification of opportunity. One of the clients that we are working with right now, almost on a daily basis, proposals are being written, programs are being written. Why? Because they are able to easily see suboptimally performing wells. They are able to identify those wells, and they are able to plan how to carry out their intervention. So this solution is fully a cloud-based solution that also has within it an ML and AI algorithm to enable people to easily extract data and perform analysis. Final slides, and where I will cap it up, is basically that what we are saying about digitalization has to do with the digitization, integration of data, and an application that is smart enough to allow you leverage embedded analytics to be able to uncover insights and carry out your analysis. Thank you very much for listening to us, and I believe I've made justice to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My sound, my podium mic, thank you. Thank you very much, the GM from Cypher Crescent, walking us through. If you recall it, when we started this today morning, GM Corporate Production spoke about data democratization, and it's one of the things that he encouraged should be made a commonplace in the industry and within operations. So I'm delighted to see that one company has stepped forward again, because what I see here is that quite a number of the challenges highlighted by Seplat, the different speakers from Seplat's management, some of those solutions have been coming on from our vendors who are showcasing technology here today. Anyways, on that note, we're going to take a short break. It's a stretch break. It's just a stretch break. So while that is happening, Sam or Sean, can I get the 2.5 minutes mashup video from yesterday? So please, when is a stretch break, where to stand, stretch our legs, move our hands a bit to the left to the right, after which we will do an exhibition tour for about 10 minutes. Sam, I'm sure you'll be driving that. Sam will drive that. An exhibition for about 10 minutes. We're not going out. We're not going out. We're not going out of this place. We're still within this meeting area where we're having meeting. Again, remember to take care of your personal belongings. Take care of your personal belongings. I think it was shown, I showed the video the day before we started this event. I like to talk about that video a lot because of what happened, which is why we must take care of our personal belongings. But for now, can I have that? If the video is not ready, Sam, you can step forward and lead the
Welcome everyone and welcome to the second annual technology conference of Seplat.
LNG has a lower carbon footprint. So we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we are not just not doing anything, we are doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less.
The focus about this project is to end routine flaring.
The MSCI has rated Seplat for BBB, and Sustainalytics has rated Seplat as 31st among 171 E&P companies.
The charter addresses why do we need to deploy this technology? What need is it going to address? And what is the bottom line?
For most of our clients in this part of the world, especially clients with brownfield on land wells, these wells are scattered. They are in geographically remote areas. So the difficulty is not in adopting the digital twin or the machine learning. The difficulty is actually getting those data from where they are to where they will be deployed to be able to generate all these value.
You want to do some modeling and some calculations, and this we have technologies like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry, which can actually be hosted in Delphi and can help us make decisions.
This solution is called the Seplat Well and Reservoir Management Solution. It's a solution that basically ensures that all the members or stakeholders of the subsurface team are able to see things from the same perspective.
Yeah, indeed, we are the Sniffers. We are a service provider in oil and gas. We work worldwide, and what we do, we are making the leaks visible. It's the real data that we will present, not a calculated or a modeling thing. We are really going to on-site and report the real outcome of the facility, and that's important to know because then you can reduce as well your maintenance costs.
Here is a demo kit of how a flare metering system is, where you have the upstream and the downstream. These are sensors, and the principle of operation is ultrasonic, using the principle of time of flight.
When we look at the world today, everybody wants responsible energy delivery. And to do that, you need technology to be able to make a difference.
I think I like the combined cycle power generating sources. I like that one. So nothing is really going to waste, reducing. That will also increase the gas you're sending back into the country for power generation.
I'm hoping that the statement will lead towards some action that will provide the needed equipment for providing this power to everybody, because to be honest with you, once you're able to provide power, we won't even be talking about the cloud. I would love you to move everything to the cloud. I'm a cloud proponent, but we will be talking about how better we can even go beyond just moving our equipment to a central cloud base. We'll be talking about how IoT is helping tell us when a grid failure is about to happen. We'll be talking about how much traffic is here so that we can divert traffic to somewhere else, because we have the power and we have the connectivity and we have everything we need.
I just want to express a big sense of gratitude to the team that put this conference together.
It's over to you. Where's Sam and the tech team? It's over to you for the 10 minutes of the exhibition discussions with our tech vendors. What are you starting with? What are you starting with?
All right.
Is it Energy Solve?
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Please remind me your name again.
Uyoma,
right, Uyoma. Thank you, Uyoma. Uyoma is a member of the tech team. Uyoma, please take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Richmond. So, I am Ogene Uyoma at JEC. So, I'm here with some other distinguished guests, and we want to just see what you have to showcase to us. I think, pardon me, we had you yesterday. Yes, it's Energy Solve. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is Energy Solve, like I was saying. I'm Ogene Yuma at JPAD. So we just want to see what you're here to showcase to us, the distinguished guests here, and of course, our viewers online. So if you don't mind, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Jason. I'm with Energy Solve, and this is my partner.
Okay, so just tell us your name and your company, what you do.
Okay, my name is Dami. We're from Energy Solve. We basically provide solutions, first of all, to the oil and gas industry. The area where we concentrate on, especially in this age of data gathering, analysis, and presentation for decision making, is the part of the oil and gas industry where the data that is gathered is from the air. We are, first of all, aviation professionals who have extensive oil and gas industry experience. And from there, we decided to combine ourselves together to form Energy Solve to present solutions in the area of oil theft, oil spilling, data gathering for that, and presenting it to you guys so that you can make whatever decisions you want to make. Let's start with maybe oil theft. There are two major things. You need to see the guys, and then when you see them, you need to apprehend. The best way to do so, especially in a country where air assets are very expensive to deploy, is to use unmanned aircraft, because they don't have humans in it, so you can have them up for longer and for cheaper. And with the advent of AI, you are able to get whatever video footage or pictures that you have gathered, pass it through your AI software, and detect just from the level of disturbance of the earth beside the pipeline if someone has dug something there. If someone has dug a pipe and put a hose beside it into the bush nearby, it will be obvious from the way the ground looks. It will be obvious from the shovel on the ground. So if you have a software that can identify a shovel near a pipeline with evidence of disturbed earth or removed grass, you can tell that something either has happened or is about to happen. And when you gather that, send it to the guys, you can now stop the problem before it starts, rather than deal with the issues after they've already done it.
Okay, thank you very much. It's interesting to really hear that. So just quickly, I will ask, have you worked for, provided a solution for a similar company to Seplat Energy? And if you can just briefly tell us a use case, where it was applied and what value you added, at least as it relates to, this sustainability and transition to cleaner energies. So just a brief use case, if you have anyway, if you've not inspired.
Well, we do have a use case. We were able to, like I said, we have over 10 years in oil and gas aviation experience, where we have, based on flying over that area, we know what the pipeline looks like, we know what the bunkering sites look like, because we've flown over them every day. So from July to December last year, we were on a particular trunk line, which I can't name, but we were there for 6 months, and we basically were flying along that pipeline, taking pictures of everything. And
that's great.
You see stuff. So yes, we've been able to prove that there is a lot of data that hitherto had not been presentable, because that was the first time that such activities were captured at night, when they actually do happen. And
okay.
Yes, it was of immense value to the client.
All right, thank you very much. Just quickly, before we move on to the next part, can you just tell us how you are different from your competitors? Like, what was your unique, offering?
We are different because we are UAV systems engineers. There is actually a discipline called unmanned aircraft vehicle systems engineering. And one of the biggest mistakes that people do in this industry is that they just come to you with a drone and say, hey, we want to sell you this. But before I can even sell you a solution, I need to know what your problem is. I need to know what you want to see. I need to know when you want to see it. I need to know how long. I need to know what exact data you need. And in order to do that, I need to sit with you, do a needs analysis, do an initial needs analysis, do a systems design, test it, make sure it works, make sure you're satisfied before you now deploy. The drone is the last thing you buy, because if I know what you want to see, if I know how far away you want to see it from, I know the camera that is going to do the job. And there's a reason why the camera is called the payload. When I get the camera, I can now get the drone that hangs the camera in the air. Then we have a solution. And it doesn't stop at that. I'll still have to get the pilots. Based on how far away I want to fly, the qualifications of the pilots change. The amount of time they can fly changes. The regulations from the government change. So there's a whole system beyond just the machine. Our job is to put the entire system together, tailor-made for a solution, and not just sell you something.
Okay, thank you very much. That's been insightful. So this is Energy Solve. We hope to collaborate with you in the future.
I'm sure.
Okay, so thank you. We'll just move over there. Okay, so good afternoon. I'm Ogene Yoma, Ajekbiede, and if you were listening, I'm here with some of our distinguished guests and our viewers online. So can you kindly introduce yourself, tell us about you, your company, what you do?
Good afternoon, viewers on site and those online. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity you've given us to come here to partake of Seplat Technology Week. It has been a learning curve. I've learned a lot of things, even though I'm not in the energy sector, but it has been an exciting one. So I'm at Maka, and I have with me my colleague, Olamide, and also Doronke. So we are Pronage. We're from Pronage Technology, and at Pronage, we actually provide technology solution, tailor-built technology solution to actually help improve productivity, ensuring that day-to-day work activities of an individual in the workplace is efficient and actually productive. And we achieve this by building solutions that is tailored to a user organization specific, based on information we've gathered during our initiation process, to actually understand what you want to achieve, where you are, where you're going, and what is maybe your future plans are. So we'll work with you to actually achieve that.
All right, thank you very much. We are short of time, so I'll just give you the opportunity to tell us how you are different from so many other companies.
Okay, so I will say we are different because we actually work with you. We don't just want to be maybe a reseller or just a partner. We want to be like a technology advisor to you, and so we'll work with you, understand your plans, and actually give you like a roadmap to ensure that you make those plans in a particular time frame that we've defined during the initial process. And we'll do that, ensuring that you have value at the end of it, and actually help. We'll actually use the process of POV, like a POC, to ensure that this is what you're looking at achieving, and we ensure that the result is achieved at the end of it. So that makes us different. So we'll work with you to actually be like a technology partner and advisor to you.
All right, thank you very much. Permit me, we just quickly look at one more booth before we wrap this up. Okay, Marcin. Okay, good afternoon. So very quickly, just introduce yourself. I think Marcin is quite known, but just then again, tell us what you do quickly.
Good afternoon once again, Seplat team. I'm Peter Paul Popola, and I lead the digital transformation business for Emerson across Nigeria, Ghana, and Equatorial Guinea. So basically, Emerson is an automation company. We all know Emerson brands like Rosemont, Fisher. We deal with both hardware, and now we're into the software business as well. So we are not just your typical DCS providers anymore, but we are now a digital transformation, consulting company, if I'll put it that way. We are advisors in that space.
Okay, so thank you. Can you just tell us what value you tend to add to the energy industry? I mean, as it relates to sustainability and the theme for this week.
Okay, yes. For us, we've been talking about ESG a lot in this event, and like I explained during my presentation, I think emissions and energy management is very key. I can't show that now because there are software platforms, and that's being used somewhere else at another event, and it's not available. But what I have here today is our range of wireless sensors. So this is not all. I think we have about 15 of them, but I'm here with just 5. The value add for these sensors are the reliability and durability of them. So we have various competitors who I will not name, but one thing is globally certified, the battery power and life of these sensors. So just like you see a Rosemont transmitter, wired pressure transmitter, and you know that is quality. Likewise is a Rosemont wireless transmitter. You have that same level of trust in the accuracy of the data and of the network itself.
Okay, so thank you. I believe with these wireless transmitters to reduce the amount of transits, time and cost, and of course, results in lower emissions. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, and we'll just wrap this up here, and we can carry on with the program. Over to you, Richmond. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Uyoma, thank you for coordinating that session expertly. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please, for those who are hanging around towards the far end of the hall, please just sit down. Thank you very much, so we can have that serene atmosphere to conduct the proceedings. Thank you. Let's just settle down. And if you're in the adjoining hall, please just come inside the hall, the main hall that is, so we can continue with the proceedings for today. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is still day 3 of Seplat Energy PLC's Technology Week 2022, and we have several other presentations that will run concurrently, or that will run in quick succession, I beg your pardon. For the next category, this is Digital Twin, MI, and Predictive Analytics. Yes, that is the theme for this category. And we'll have our speakers from BDV Services Limited, EnergySolve, Spark Cognition Energy, PetroSmart, Emocom Technologies and Consulting Limited, and ILF Engineers. So yes, starting off right now, I have the singular honor of inviting on stage the Chief Executive Officer of BDV Services Limited, Bob Olisemeka Ogo. Round of applause for him as he takes the stage. Please keep the applause coming until he gets on stage. Thank you. 15 minutes per speaker, so we can wrap things up and achieve all the set goals and objectives. Mr. Ogu, you have the floor, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, and I wish to express my sincere appreciation to Seplat for having us here. And it's an honor to be, I consider this a part of history making. A time will come when we'll look back to what happened here, and we'll be proud to say that we were a part of it. So can I get my slides, please? All right, we've heard a lot about digital twin and machine learning. So 15 minutes is not a long time to express too many things. So can we go to slide 9, please? Can we go to slide 9? Slide 9. Yep. Okay. So digital twin or machine learning, the starting point is always the data. All right. So you cannot realize the dreams of digital twin and machine learning without the data. So I think we should have been on the previous category. So we are all about making that data available for digital twin. So in this part of the world, as I said yesterday, the major challenge is actually in getting the data from those remote areas to the point where they are deployed to get the best value out of the digital twin or use it in machine learning. So when these wells were built, when these wells were constructed or drilled, or these platforms were situated, digital world was not in existence. So they were not built with the digital systems in mind. So we have a lot of legacy systems, and we don't have well-defined workflows that make the best use of those data to use them in the digital system. Of course, you have no power in those remote areas. Then most times there is no network coverage. Next slide. Next slide, we just went to the last slide. Okay, so at BDB Services, who are we? We form that last mile connection between all these fantastic processes and the asset itself. So everything we've discussed here happens mostly in the cloud or in the server. But there still has to be that link between these fantastic systems and the devices itself. So we provide what we call the last mile connectivity or the last mile telemetry between the machine learning processes, between the digital twin and the actual device itself. So we help our clients to establish a cost-effective data acquisition system. So we simplify the digital transformation journey for the clients. Now, if you have been in the IoT world is not fun to be. It's all over the place. There are lots of jargons. You have the MQTT, you have the JSON. You have a lot of things that the reservoir engineer, the product engineer shouldn't have business dealing with. So we make this journey such that you don't have to deal with those. You focus on what you're supposed to do, which is bring the oil out of the ground at a very cost-effective manner. So we deploy systems that are non-disruptive. So you are not, of course, going to change your well and put a new well that is digitally compliant. You're not going to do that. You're not going to change out your compressors. So whatever we are going to deploy is going to seamlessly integrate into your existing systems. And we have the flexibility to adapt to it, even legacy protocols that are actually going out of date. So next slide. So we have a broad spectrum of equipment that should meet the need of, I would say, 99% of the remoteness of the wells in the Niger Delta region. So the first one is the Sigfox. Sigfox is a lightweight transmission system. So the devices which are Sigfox ready are actually placed on the wellheads, on the manifolds. Now everything after that is provided by Sigfox, from the base stations to the Sigfox cloud up to the client IT where it is going to be used. So the only thing the client does here, the client only invests in the devices on the wellhead. Everything else is taken care of by Sigfox. Now, this Sigfox system is actually good for read-only, where it's only the data that you acquire from the asset, from the wellhead, from your production manifold, or from your flow station. It is not suited for sending control back to the device, for sending shutting signal back to the device. That one is better suited for the second technology, which we call the OTC. It is not written there. So for the OTC, you deploy your devices on your wellheads. You also have what you call an OTC gateway. So the client owns the entire equipment in the value chain up until it gets to your SCADA system, or it gets onto your machine learning platform, or your data or your data twin platform. So the first one is the most cost effective. It is actually it's not very expensive. So you only pay for the devices, and then you pay for the monthly or for the yearly usage. Now the bottom one, which is the OTC network, is actually much more robust, and it's much more cost effective. Next slide. Yeah. So you could have instances, which is actually very common, where the wells are so remote that neither the Sigfox nor the OTC nor everything that we've described works, because the wells are so remote. So in that case, what do? What you have on your screen is actually a miniature satellite modem. So this satellite modem is actually suited for devices that are so remote. So once you slap it on that asset, you bring the asset online. So people say, but what about
4G network? What about 3G network? Now, what I say is this. What if when you want to send a shorting signal to the wellhead, there is no network? What if when you want to send a shorting signal, there is no data network? And if it is a critical situation, what do you do? So we also provide devices that are hybrid. It uses a combination of cellular and satellite. So the primary transmission system is the cellular. Now, if the cellular is not go down, it defaults to satellite. So we have this three spectrum of equipment that covers practically the entire geographical need, depending on the remoteness of the area. Now, this satellite modem, one of the uses is also in pipeline monitoring. Because of the smallness of this device, you can actually place it along intervals along the pipeline to be monitoring the situation of pressure inside the pipeline. So you are much more able to detect leaks even before they happen. Next slide. So it is very simple. You slap the device on the wellhead, you get the output on the other side of the world. That is all it takes. Next one. So the battery, our focus is actually on range, because we do know that the assets in this Niger Delta, especially on land and swamp, they are usually very far in between. So our battery-powered devices could cover 5 kilometers line of sight. Now, the externally powered ones could actually do 60 kilometers. Now, of course, they have peer-to-peer functionality, which have been described before by other vendors. We have a sensor to cloud, and we do have multi-frequency capability, depending on the particular frequency spectrum that the country allows. It could be 900, it could be 868, it could be 2.4 gigahertz. Next slide. So we are able to acquire data also from the flow station. What you are seeing here on the screen are actually automatic tank gauge devices. So they are used to measure the fluid levels in the tanks and also let you know the oil and water contact. They are also battery powered, and they could last up to 10 years. Next slide. This is actually a scenario where we monitored, we're able to acquire data from the wellheads, from the production wells. These wells were kilometers away, and we're also able to acquire the data, the oil and the water content from the actual separator that these wells were feeding into. So we're able to obtain the flow rate of the water, the flow rate of the oil, and of course even the gas flow rates, all in the same ecosystem with the same devices. So what is shown here is actually our flow monitoring instrument. Next slide. So these are the kind of things that you could do with it. You could do wellhead monitoring. For ESP application, you could also capture wellhead data. You could do pipeline monitoring. You could do flow system monitoring. And next slide. Okay. So, well, I still have 6 minutes. Can you go to slide number 9? Slide number 9. Oops, slide number back. Slide number 9. You just passed it. You just passed it. Previous one? Yes, okay. So we do have pipeline monitoring system that is able, it incorporates actually machine learning. It's able to detect activity around the pipeline. It's able to differentiate between fiber tampering. It's able to differentiate between, to know whether it's manual digging, mechanical digging, or jackhammer drilling, and of course, if it is a break in the fiber. So we do have all these in our portfolio. Unfortunately, 15 minutes is not enough time to dig into them, but our job is actually to make that last mile data available, the data directly from the devices to the platforms where they will be deployed. Now, apart from these, there are other initiatives that in deploying these systems, which everything we import, there are other things that we have also learned from this. So one of the initiatives that we are working on is during a well intervention, we're able to borrow from these systems to be able to link up all the subject matter experts, all the people that are involved remotely on that particular workover. They will be having visuals on the data from the workover. So if you have run ESP, which Seplat has a number of them, you will know that some of the data from the ESP is actually instrumental to the run life of that well. Some of the failures that happen way down the line and in the life of the ESP actually occurs at the time that the ESP is being installed. So with this remote monitoring, we're actually able to be monitoring the installation live as it is going downhole. So the SMEs, the subject matter experts, are actually involved in the installation, even though they are not there on site. Now, there is also another initiative that we are working on. Everything that we have presented here, everything is imported. So this is, for us, this is capital flight. So one of the things that we are targeting those old equipments that clients with brownfields are using, mostly diesel engines. So we are going to, we started the process of actually creating a locally made edge computing device. So we are going to borrow the technology from this. We have consulted Raspberry Pi manufacturers. So they are going to manufacture us miniature computers. So we'll slap them together and then write the codes for us to be able to do some miniaturized edge computing to convert those old diesel engines into intelligent devices that could also be incorporated into the digital network. So we are not just looking at equipment that are already digitally compliant. So our goal is also to make even obsolete equipment to be digitally compliant. So that is also, so that is part of what we have in our digital oil field portfolio. So we make sure that data, regardless of the age of the equipment, regardless of how obsolete it is, that those data from those equipment are available for you to apply machine learning, for you to apply digital twins to them. So I will end I still have 2 minutes left. I had to really rush this. I've not done a 20-minute, 15-minute presentation before. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
For someone who has never done a 15-minute presentation before and to have put it off expertly, that was a most commendable effort. Ladies and gentlemen, you will do well to give Mr. Bob Olisemeka Ogu, the CEO, BDV Services Limited, another round of applause. Thank you, sir, for that presentation. It was very, very insightful and informative. All right, our next speaker will be joining us online, and yes, that presentation is coming from EnergySolve Spark Cognition Energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome our next speaker, the Senior Vice President, Spark Cognition Energy, Philip Harvey. Mr. Philip Harvey, if you can hear me, just say a word or two, so we'll be sure that you are good and ready to go.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you to Seplat.
You have the floor, sir.
There's a lot of background, but that's all right. Thank you to Seplat for letting us speak today and inviting you to this wonderful conference. I would like to also share my thank you with EnergySolve. I'm going to reduce the feedback here of this. Yep, hopefully you can now hear me a little bit better. So the presentation I want to speak about today is how to bring artificial intelligence to solve large-scale problems, and hopefully we will get some insights with this. But the first thing is Spark Cognition. So Spark Cognition is an artificial intelligence company. That's what we do. We are not a hardware, we are barely a software company. And the company is really here to solve industrial challenges. And we are using this to improve your processes, prevent cyber attacks. And we use all type of data with a goal to augment human intelligence. On the right, you see a quote from Greg Hyslop, who is the CTO of Boeing. Boeing is a large client of us, and a very good partner. What makes Spark Cognition different from anybody else who has spoken regarding artificial intelligence is our capability to go from a proof of concept to a very large scale implementation. And we do this through technology. We have today about 150 patents on artificial intelligence. We are absolutely the front leader in terms of R&D in AI, as recently recognized by Gartner, who's put us in the top right corner. So we have over 50 PhD employees now, over 150 patents, and a very large R&D center, we call it HyperWorks, in Texas, about 50 acres, where we can really try artificial intelligence in real life, in the physical world. As I said, our really claim to fame is that we are able to scale up of a proof of concept, because many people can do a proof of concept with AI. If you have data and you have a problem, it's fairly easy to demonstrate that AI is the right solution. To go from a proof of concept to a large problem, to a scaled up problem, that is where the challenge is. That is really where we have to be using technologies that is very differentiating. So here, on the left-hand side, we have our business challenge. On the right-hand side, we have a return on investment. And in the middle, we have the technology that we are bringing to the party in order to scale up those projects. But you know, this is lots of words. So a lot of the presentation we have seen today about technologies which are going to bring artificial intelligence to the world. What I would like to tell you is artificial intelligence is already here. It's here at scale. And we actually using AI on many large-scale projects. For example, we have deployed visual AI on about 25,000 cameras today in over 16 countries, doing a lot of HSE, checking if people have their PPE, checking if there is a lot of safety rules, security rules being complied to, but also used in warehouse situation like we see on the right-hand side here. We are today using artificial intelligence to move about 3 billion barrels of oil globally. Aramco is one of our largest clients in that domain. So we do the scheduling for the entire fleet of vessels in the liquid world. This is a project that's happening today and which has saved Aramco over $81 million in 2021 on their logistic cost. So very efficient solution to look at the logistics challenge as they occur on the world. We have a partnership with Boeing called SkyGrid, and SkyGrid is today installed on 30,000 drones over 100 countries, and we're going to come back to this a bit later. So I'm going to skip a little bit on that particular item. Today we monitor, we manage about 9.5 gigawatts of renewable energy. 9.5 gigawatts, that's a big number. So we are on solar plants like we see here on the solar farm, like we see on that picture. We're also doing a lot of wind turbines and an increasingly large amount of storage into batteries, which, as you know, is really where a lot of the world is going right now. But our technology is also used in defense. We have something we call sensor fusion, which is a merging of radar, LIDAR, and visual technology in order to accurately represent the 3D world. And that technology was deployed in what was one of the largest world maritime exercise between friendly countries that occurred just a couple of weeks ago. A very large and successful deployment. The technology also used by defense to do the maintenance on their F-16 aircraft. So as you can see, it's used in many places, but obviously we look at oil and gas. So the technology is also used and deployed on many of the world's most productive oil production platforms. And I'm going to come back to this in a minute. It's very hard to speak about artificial intelligence and data if we don't speak about cybersecurity. And cybersecurity in today's world is extremely important. We see about 1 million, that's a number you just heard, 1 million new malware per day, and that's a new malware every 39 seconds. So, that's why there's so many big attacks happening around the world. And with the current crisis between Ukraine and Russia, there is an influx right now of new malware, which are supposedly going to go after each other, Ukraine fighting Russia and Russia fighting Ukraine. But really, those malware are coming throughout the world and affecting all of us. The traditional concept of an endpoint anti-malware that relies on daily signatures, on daily update is broken. You cannot use that concept anymore. That's why we have developed Deep Armor, which is an AI-based endpoint anti-malware. And that solution doesn't require daily updates. It is recommended by Lenovo for the IT side of your infrastructure. It is recommended by Siemens for the OT side of your infrastructure. If you are not using AI today to protect yourself, know that the hackers are using AI. And you have to be in front of the hackers or you're going to be attacked. So I strongly recommend that you speak with your cybersecurity team and look at artificial intelligence to protect your assets. We are in oil and gas. I'm going to have a moment on safety, which is very important to me. And we are applying artificial intelligence for many challenges. But I think the biggest challenge that we are solving today is with Chevron, who is using our technology worldwide with our IRIS project to identify and mitigate any risks that are happening in the company. I'll be more than happy to speak with you a bit more about this project if there is interest, but it's really a risk management solution. Anyway, I said I would come back to AI in energy and in particular to offshore production platforms. So this is a project we have presented with BP at the ADIPEC Awards in 2020 in the Digital Transformation Project of the Year category, where we were finalists. About 600 projects presented, only 3 finalists were one of them. So very large recognition by the industry. We started with, is that compressor going to fail? Is that generator going to fail? Is that pump going to fail? And we, very quickly realized that these were all easy challenges to solve for our technology. But really, if you are an operator, what you want to know is, why is my production failing when everything is working? And three quarter, that's a big number, 3/4 of the production impacting events are related to asset failure. Sorry, a quarter is related to asset failure, 3/4 are related to something else, process failure, human failure, and being able to identify those upcoming failure which are not related to any asset has proven to be extremely useful. So because we can now detect process failure, human failure, and mitigate them as they are occurring, we have been able to move from predictive maintenance to production optimization. And so there is some cost saving with the solution. I mean, you reduce the number of logistic special choppers, special boats, but really that's not what the big saving is. The big saving is in accelerated production. For some of our largest clients, it's to the tune of 4 million barrels of oil equivalent per year. And so this is very, very important for your bottom line, obviously, if you can accelerate your production. But you should not ignore the safety improvement, because if you can predict failure, you can very often improve your safety. If you can get your people to work during the daylight, because something needs to be fixed instead of 2 a.m. because it's already broken, you improve your safety records. And last but not least, for our sustainability effort on decarbonization, by preventing production impacting events, by preventing flaring, we are able to reduce our carbon footprint. I'm often asked, okay, so which particular asset do you work on the offshore platform. We work on the entire offshore platform. We get about 15 to 30,000 data types per platform. And so we analyze that data to look at problems. Here on the left, I've highlighted some of the most classical assets that we see failing, but this is not an exhaustive list. We see many more assets failing or system failings that we go on predict. So a very, very successful implementation for BP and for other operators. Improving production is important, but when 65% of the production is getting stolen, that may be not our highest critical point that we want to fix today. So that's why I want to speak a little bit about drones and pipeline monitoring. So we have this joint venture with Boeing. It's a 50-50 joint venture with Boeing. So a fairly large operation. As I said, we monitor about 30,000, 25,000 drones today over the world out of the 500,000 commercial drones that are in operation and need to be regulated, fully operating on AI, blockchain, but really the use cases that we're looking at are here at the bottom left: pipeline monitoring, parcel delivery, emergency response, search and rescue, perimeter security, and industrial inspection. When I look at what is relevant to the challenge we're going to speak about, we're really going to build on perimeter security and pipeline monitoring. Because what I want to consider is this particular pipeline, which is going from Oben to Amukbe, 26-kilometer pipeline, which, as we know, is frequently attacked. And what we know is, because we tried it before, is if we put sensors on the pipeline, fiber on the pipeline, any type along the pipeline, it's going to be destroyed within hours, if not days. So it's almost impossible to keep any equipment on the pipeline for a sufficient period of time. So what we're going to have to do now is use aerial technology to go on look at what's happening. And here we see on the right-hand side two different pipeline survey. One is with infrared technology, and we see a leak happening here in the middle of it. The other one is just a visual array. And with those cameras, we can detect if people are wearing vests and hard hats and so on and so forth. In the bottom here, we see our HyperWX facility, 50 acres, where we do a lot of the testing that needs to be done using artificial intelligence in the physical world. What we see in the middle here are actually drone airports. The drone is inside of the box and getting automatically recharged when the drone needs to be deployed. The operator press a button, or it's automated by mission. The box opens, the drone flies away, goes on its mission, and then returns to the box automatically. So let's look at the solution we have designed for Seplat, which is this drone here taking off. What we see here is a small drone, but we would use larger drone for your operation. We took that movie yesterday at HyperWX for you. The drone is surveying for about 400 feet in height, which is a limitation in Texas. We will go higher in Nigeria. And we just noticed that we detected some people. One of the person had a hard hat, which is probably suspicious. Here we see somebody who is detected as wearing a hard hat on a weapon. So that's the drone decides to go back and look at it and confirm that information. The information is confirmed, so an alert is sent to headquarters, and then the drone goes back and complete his mission. We do not have today a use case to look for a shovel, but what we saw here was about 3 or 4 models, hard hat, weapons. We have today 125 models available out of the box. Building a model for a shovel would not be very, very difficult, and definitely something we would do for Seplat. With this technology, we can also recognize if soil has been disturbed automatically and transmit that information. With this, I think I'm running out of time, so I really want to thank you for your interest and I'm not sure if we are taking questions or just moving forward, but please visit the Energy Solve booth in the exhibition area. They have what's called the DJI MK200 or 210 drone in front of their booth. That is pretty much the same one we propose to use for this project. It would be a larger version of it. It would be a 300 instead of a 200. Thank you.
Listening to you tell us about all the areas in which Spark Cognition is deploying AI was the most interesting experience. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. Senior Vice President, Spark Cognition Energy, Mr. Philip Hervey. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to beg your indulgence. Please give him another round of applause. Thank you, sir. All right, we're moving quickly, and yes, it is still the category of digital twin, machine learning, and predictive analytics. Also speaking to us virtually is the next speaker taking up the PetroSmart slot, and that is none other than the Director of Business Operations at Takios, Mahmoud Samir. Mahmoud, if you can hear me, please say a word, so we'll be sure that you're good and ready to go. Mahmoud?
Yes, now I can, because I was unmuted.
All right, that's good. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So if you allow me to share my screen.
It will happen shortly.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Just to confirm that you are seeing my screen.
Yes. If it's the green one with Orion in the middle, yes, we can.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thanks. So basically today we will talk about Orion, which basically a tool. I think I have a lot of echo in the background, but I think I'll continue. Okay, so I'll try again. So we are representing today PetroSmart, and in collaboration with Takios. As you basically introduced myself, I'm Mahmoud Samir. I'm the Director of Operations. And today we'll talk about Orion, which is a platform to account for the GSG forecast and report. And today we'll go quickly through the GSG in oil and gas industry. What would be the GSG protocols that everyone understands, which basically is scopes 1, 2, and 3, and the challenges that we see today from the GHG emission and how to manage those emissions. And basically we'll show you the integrated solution that we have launched beginning of last year to cater for those challenges. And if we have a chance for Q&A, that would be also at the end of the presentation. So just on a statistics point of view, on this chart, you would see here that the report that was put together by McKinsey and Company back in 2015. And what you see here, the oil and gas contributes in the global emission by 8%. And the rest coming from the power, other industry, transport, buildings, and so on. But the interesting part here on the right-hand side, you see that plot, which basically showing that 42% of the global emissions are coming from the oil and gas. And that split it between emissions coming from scope 3, which I'll talk about scope 3 in a little bit. 8% of that coming from the direct emissions, which is scope 1, and the indirect emission, which basically the oil and gas in the scope 2, and the 58% remaining are from the non-oil and gas emissions. I'm sure you heard a lot about the scopes and the GHG protocol scopes, but just to refresh the memory here and the knowledge, scope 1, basically, it's the direct emission of any company today. So basically, if you have a platform, we have a well pad, or any type of facility in the field today that basically produce oil or gas, that's considered to be a direct emission scope 1. When it comes to scope 2, is basically related to a purchased electricity or heat, steam, or cooling. So in a simple example would be if you have a building and this building is powered by an energy and you buy this energy or electricity, or you heat this building, so that would be your scope 2. Now, the scope 3 is the wide range of emissions, and that basically contains your indirect emissions. And indirect emissions resulting from the company product. So let's say you are producing company and you are one of the majors, you basically produce byproducts, and basically those byproducts, you are selling them, and whoever uses those byproducts, the suppliers, that's your scope 3. And that, of course, becomes scope 1 for the supplier itself. And that can be varies of a lot of examples for the use of your sold products, processing of the sold products, anything that's related to your product, but indirectly, that will be an indirect emission, and that will be fall under the category of scope 3. That's why these days you will see a lot of attention and a lot of talk about scope 3 management. So what challenges basically the companies today are facing when it comes to carbon emissions or managing the carbon emission? The first challenge basically is the data gathering and integration. And this data coming from different sources, different formats. You have PDF files, Excel files, you've got in-house softwares, and those data are scattered everywhere. The second challenge you will see here, the communication and collaboration across the organization. As you know, when it comes to the ESG or the GHG emissions, there's a lot of stakeholders are involved in this process. Part of it would be the HSC, the operations, the management itself, and a lot of stakeholders are in that process. But there is no place where you can speak and talk and collaborate all this processes and all this emissions initiatives that you are targeting. The third challenge you will see here, how to predict the impact of operational decisions on the GHG emission. So basically, let's say you will be able to forecast, or will be able to have some operational that you are about to do this year or next year, and you would like to know what would be the impact of the GHG. So we know that we have direct measurement of the GHG, but however, when we plan for our operations, it's not necessarily our GHG numbers are in mind. So that's basically another challenge that coming from the operators and the companies we are dealing with. The fourth challenge basically is to standardize the model and the reporting to regularities bodies. So basically, you want to be able to report your emissions, and that reporting should be in a standardization way or model. The challenge that afterwards is basically the identification of steps needed to achieve net zero emissions. So basically, all of the companies today, they have net zero goals. In order to achieve those goals, you need to identify those steps. And we will show you the subsequent slides how to identify those steps. And at the end, you want to track and benchmark your actually emissions and your net goals as well. So what basically Takius did and the Orion platform to overcome those challenges. First, we identified what type of emissions and the regularity that we want to overcome. We today use the EPA, which is basically the API models and the guidelines. Those emissions are basically includes for scope 1 and 2 and 3. So today we can model emissions to basically measure the baseline and covering scope 1, 2, and 3. Also the forecasting and what-if analysis, and we'll see you in a little bit in the subsequent slides, what would be the type of forecasting and sensitivity analysis that you could do to be able to achieve those goals. And also sensitivity and MAC analysis that also a little bit technical from the HSC point of view and the ESG point of view. The second feature of Orion and the platform is basically the reporting itself. How can we regulate on customer reporting? We can aggregate data, we can global tracking your emissions and benchmarking against other facilities. And also we can benchmark against countries, against other companies, and all that can be done inside the platform. And as I mentioned before, one of the challenges was the collaboration. The platform is very user-friendly interface. You can collaborate together. Everyone that involved in the process of the GHG emission can be basically incorporated in the platform, and they can talk to one another, and they can assign actions and tasks to one another. And once those tasks has been done, that can be also appeared in the platform itself. One of the other aspects as well are the traceability. Today, you will measure your GHG or carbon emission baseline. However, at some point, the audits will come and they want to see how did you reach to this baseline and how do you manage that baseline. And basically, that platform allows you to trace all the actions that has been done to be able to reach to your goals or to measure your baseline. And again, at the end of that feature is basically the data management. And it's a cloud-based solution platform that integrates all type of information and all type of reports that you have today scattered everywhere, and also will be able to securely connect to your data sources either via a cloud or either via an SQL or either via a SharePoint where you have all your Excel files and all your information been put in this place, and we can connect to these points securely as well. One of the most important aspects here is basically the data management and integration. And as I mentioned, all this data are coming from everywhere, like Excel reports, and that will be integrated and managed through Orion platform and Orion database that we have today. And once this data coming in to the platform, we start basically use our engine to calculate and aggregate and reconcile all this data. And once you have this data are reconciled, then you can do a lot of outputs out of this data. And one of them is basically the emission accounting. So you can look at your emissions and the baseline. You will be able to plan and forecast your GHG based on your operation today. You can run sensitivity analysis and what-if analysis. You want to basically change a pump from diesel pump to an air pump, and you will see how much that will impact your GHG baseline or forecast. There also, we have machine learning models that basically give you a snapshot with quick inputs that you can put if you want to have a very quick answer, where we have in the back end all that, for example, the EPA emission factors and equations. And from that, basically, you can understand on real time what would be your emissions if you basically produce that much a year and so on. There's several inputs to basically run the machine learning model. You will be able to track your goals, and of course, with the dashboards of the visualization and what you have basically been adding as an input to your model itself. Some of the snapshots of the application, if I had the chance, I would have gone through the application itself and show you the demo, but maybe at the end, I'll show you how the application web-based look like. But one of the things that I was talking about is the collaborations and traceability. And you can add, basically, the first thing you do, you add your organization, you add the people and the personnel that will be involved in this process. And from there, you can assign tasks, you can look at the history of the user activity and track them. And of course, you basically, your hierarchical structure is very important, where you can approve and assign and do the work itself or the task itself. And that's as important basically for, as I mentioned, for the auditing part, when you coming to an audit and you will see what exactly has happened and how did you reach to this particular value. The other feature in detail is basically the data integration and the mapping. And today, what you see here is part of the sources or the emission sources that you will see that we could map directly once we have the connection is established. As I mentioned, the secure connection needs to establish first, either by directly real-time through your IT system, or by a shared point that you could assign, and we don't see basically the data that you have, we only see what you want to show us. And basically we integrate all that and map it directly, and that helps a lot because, as you know, it's a lot of data that require to be added to the platform, and once you have this mapping is automated, then the job is very easy. And it takes literally around 1 day or 2 days to map your data and synchronize them. The modeling itself is what you basically either you choose to pick the EPA model or the API model. And some countries today and some regions that basically has not yet decided which model that could be referred to as a regularity. However, what we're using today is the APA and the API models and OBJ. And the beauty about this platform, we can also customize what would be your frameworks that you would like to use and what model that you would like to use once it's decided on a country level or on a company level. Forecasting is basically today, if you want, let's say, have an event of changing from NG pump to air pump, and that you could see here, what would be your GHG forecast in relation to your oil production. And as you can see here on the right-hand side, this is a DCA, or the decline curve analysis of oil. And basically, you will see also the GHG baseline. And one of the events that you would like to do, let's say, in the next 2 years or the year 2023, you want to replace one of the pumps. And in the year 2026, you want to move from the NG pump to an air pump. And that you could see directly what would happen to your GHG emission once those events are done. And that happens in a real time. Some of examples of the dashboards and the reports that we could generate out of the data, and also that could be also customized from your data itself, and we can customize according to what would be you want to see as a dashboard or reporting itself for the management level, for the operational level, and for the ESG level and the team. That's it from my side, and please let me know. I'm not sure if you're taking Q&As here at this point, or if not, I'll be glad to answer any of the questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you for the great work you're doing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your patience, and thank you most importantly for your presence. That was the Director of Business Operations at Takios, Mahmoud Samir. Thank you very much, Mahmoud. Thank you for that presentation and the great work you're doing in managing GHG emissions. All right, so we'll take a short screen break at the moment. We've had like 3 presentations in quick succession. We still have 2 more in this category. But right now, we'll take a short screen break. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please focus on the screens all around you. We'll have highlights from days 1 and 2 playing on the screens right about now. We will be back to continue the event with the final set of technology presentations.
Welcome everyone, and welcome to the 2nd annual Technology Conference of Seplat.
LNG has a lower carbon footprint, so we need to recognize that. So by using gas, we are not just not doing anything, we are doing something. It has less of a footprint than oil does, significantly less.
The focus about this project is to end routine flaring.
The MSCI has rated Seplat for BBB, and Sustainalytics has rated Seplat as 31st among 171 E&P companies.
The charter addresses why do we need to deploy this technology, what need is it going to address, and what is the bottom line?
For most of our clients in this part of the world, especially clients with brownfield on land wells, these wells are scattered. They are in geographically remote areas, so their difficulty is not in adopting the digital twin or the machine learning. The difficulty is actually getting those data from where they are to where they will be deployed to be able to generate all these value.
You want to do some modeling and some calculations, and this we have technologies like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry, which can actually be hosted in Delphi and can help us make decisions. This solution is called the Seplat Well and Reservoir Management Solution. It's a solution that basically ensures that all the members or stakeholders of the subsurface team are able to see things from the same perspective.
Yeah, indeed, we are the Sniffers. We are a service provider in oil and gas. We work worldwide, and what we do, we are making the leaks visible. It's the real data that we will present, not a calculated or a modeling thing. We are really going to on-site and report the real outcome of the facility, and that's important to know, because then you can reduce as well your maintenance costs.
Here is a demo kit of how a flare metering system is, where you have the upstream and the downstream. These are sensors, and the principle of operation is ultrasonic, using the principle of time of flight.
When we look at the world today, everybody wants responsible energy delivery. And to do that, you need technology to be able to make a difference.
I think I like the combined cycle power generating sources. I like that one. So nothing is really going to waste, reducing. That will also increase the gas you're sending back into the country for power generation.
I'm hoping that the statement will lead towards some action that will provide the needed equipment for providing this power to everybody, because to be honest with you, once you're able to provide power, we won't even be talking about the cloud. I would love you to move everything to the cloud. I'm a cloud proponent, but we will be talking about how better we can even go beyond just moving our equipment to a central cloud base. We'll be talking about how IoT is helping tell us when a grid failure is about to happen. We'll be talking about how much traffic is here so that we can divert traffic to somewhere else, because we have the power and we have the connectivity and we have everything we need.
I just want to express a big sense of gratitude to the team that put this conference together.
Yes. Highlights from days 1 and 2 right there on the screen. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are making quick progress, and we have 2 standalone presentations. They are not in the listed categories so far, so they are 2 standalone presentations. And first off, speaking to us is none other than the Managing Director, ILF Engineers, Mr. Abiodun Oshodi. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Abiodun Oshodi, MD, ILF Engineers, as he takes the stage. Are you tired? You cannot afford to be tired. But if you are tired, don't worry. We'll soon wrap it up. Another round of applause for him as he takes the stage.
Yeah, sure. You shouldn't be tired when it's my own turn to talk. You've all been here since the last couple of days. Then when it gets to the fun part, we're all tired. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abiodun Oshodi. I was in the earlier panel this morning, so I don't think I have to reintroduce myself. I will be talking on a very important topic, flare gas utilization and reduction of emissions, which has been a topic that has featured a lot in the conversations in the last couple of days. Okay, so a lot of things are, yeah, okay. So I wouldn't be going through a lot of the technologies that have been used to eliminate flare gas or some of the ones that have been mentioned. So I will be talking about something quite unique and different. In my statements earlier today, I did mention that the technology was still very expensive. It's not large, it's not scalable, but it is the future. And I would like to just show you what we, ILF, have been doing across the world and what we could look at in doing in Nigeria a couple of years. Next slide, please. So selfishly, I'm going to just do a quick introduction of ILF. So ILF is an Austrian-German company founded in 1967. So we have over 55 years experience. Executed over 9,500 projects worldwide in 150 countries worldwide. We have full offices in 45 more countries, and with a revenue of 252 million euros every year, with staff strength of about 2,500 employees. That's globally. ILF Nigeria, which is the Nigerian arm of ILF, has been in existence. Next slide, please. We've been in existence over 41 years in Nigeria, established in 1981, executed over 300 projects. We have 2 offices in Nigeria, over 80 plus satisfied staff. Unfortunately, Seplat is not one, so I'm hoping that after this presentation, I can add that number to it. And we do about 10 million euros every year with over 100 staff. Our main business areas that we cover are energy and climate protection, water and environment, transport and urban spaces, oil and gas, and industry. Next slide. What What do we do? We're a consulting engineering outfit, so we're not a technology developer. We are a technology integrator. So what we do is use known technology to provide solutions to our various clients worldwide. So we offer consulting services from early studies to due diligence, feasibility studies, engineering services like front-end designs, concepts, detailed design, and of course project management, which is the efforts we provide to our clients when they are trying to deliver a project. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier on, we cover 4 main business areas. I'm not going to go through that again, so next slide, please. Under oil and gas, we cover quite a bit: carbon capture, utilization and storage, chemicals and petrochemicals, industrial, liquefied natural gas, mining, pipelines, refinery, tank farms and terminal, and of course, upstream. So we're a typical energy company providing a lot of engineering and consulting services in oil and gas, and in the next slides, energy and climate protection. So here, we are a full spectrum company providing services from the development of the resources from the earth and the utilization of the resources. So under energy and climate protection, we cover solar, wind, hydro, bioenergy, where everybody knows as biomass, thermal power, waste to energy, hydrogen, hybrid power, combination of 2 different power sources, power transmission, distribution, energy storage, and heating and cooling. Next slide. Some of the interesting projects we've done as ILF, I mean, a lot of you have heard of the Ajakuta Kaduna Kano gas pipeline. This is a project that ILF is providing PMC services to NNPC. We're also consulting NNPC and ONIMS on the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, which are some of the large infrastructure gas projects that are in discussion in Africa right now. We've also been involved in some how will I say, novel projects. There's a wind power project we are looking at offshore Bayelsa. We've also done a 130 megawatts PV plant in the north, in Bauchi State to be precise, and of course a lot of other energy type projects in Nigeria. Next slide, please. And the next, please. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about flare gas utilization and elimination. So a lot of the technologies we have around today in that space is when trying to utilize flare gas, the typical virtual pipeline solutions where you are using the gas for liquefied natural gas using mini LNG plants, which now come in very compact and small units, CNG plants. And some of this and then of course the most conventional one of gathering all the flare gas together and commingling it and sending it into power plants, fertilizer plants, petrochemical plants. And these are the projects that we can use, as I mentioned earlier this morning, to reduce flare gas in Nigeria. Now, flare gas comes in different sizes. There's very small 1 mm scuff that you come from venting your compressor systems, your relief systems. And then in the situation we have in Nigeria currently, where because of a lot of shutdown of production facilities, the intensity of the flares are higher. So even though we have achieved significant reduction in gas flaring, we are having an increased intensity of the gas. What do I mean by increased intensity? That means the richness of the gas that we are flaring now is rich in hydrocarbons. And that means we should be able to use them. We should be able to use those hydrocarbons effectively to solve so many problems. I mean, we talked about infrastructure deficits, which is a major problem. So virtual pipelines focusing on manufacturing areas could be a one-stop shop for all of us to look at. Hybrid solution where you're combining gas with renewable energy, especially where we have rich renewable sources in the north with PV, and in the south especially with wind energy. So these are some of the solutions we can use for gas utilization. Next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned last year, this is a study from the World Bank earlier on. This is a study from the World Bank. Even though in the last couple of years we have seen a drastic drop in flare gas, but the intensity, the richness of the gas now that's been flared because of shut down productions in a lot of our fields is very rich in hydrocarbon, and we can't continue to do that as a country. Next slide. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about hydrogen. This is a hot topic in Europe. I can see some faces are, why hydrogen? But earlier on today, I think it was the managing director, East, who mentioned a very interesting, we made a very interesting statement when he said Seplat was looking at gas incineration. That means what you do, you take hydrocarbons, you add steam to it, and you heat it at up to about 800 degrees centigrade. Now, in the process of doing that, what you are producing is hydrogen and CO2. Now, that alone is what we call gray hydrogen. So gray hydrogen is a chemical process, is achieved through a chemical process of taking hydrocarbon and steam at 800 degrees Celsius and more, and then you have hydrocarbon. It's still very harmful to the environment. So the most important thing is, what do you do with that hydrocarbon that you capture? And of course, there's a lot of carbon that is also emitted from that process. Next slide. Now, what you do, we have the rainbow of hydrogen. I'm sure a lot of us have heard about the rainbow of hydrogen, where you have the green hydrogen, the blue hydrogen, the gray hydrogen. We also have the yellow hydrogen. Now, the most interesting one for us in Nigeria, where we have significant gas resources, would be the blue hydrogen. And blue hydrogen is the same process I just mentioned a few minutes ago, but then we are capturing also the carbon, the CO2 that is emitted from that process. Now, there's a lot of use for hydrogen, as we can see. We can use hydrogen in our industries, petrochemical industries. We could also use it for fueling, for e-fuels, and also for generators, for district heating, as they are doing a lot in Europe. And I think what is interesting to look at for the Nigerian reality is the fact that we have huge amounts of stranded energy in the form of stranded gas, which we are either flaring, or we are not even producing, or we are not even able to reach certain locations with energy because the infrastructure is not there. Hydrogen can play a very important role in the storage. It can play a very important role in that aspect because we can easily store hydrogen. And I will show you now the different processes of which hydrogen is being made. Next slide, please. So this is what we call the H2, the hydrogen process infrastructure. If you look at the top left corner, when you are looking at me, the top left corner of your screen, you would find the so-called gray hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas, oil, coal, nuclear, and waste. And going to the middle of the charts you have here, the process of capturing the CO2. And all that process, you get out your green hydrogen. And that green hydrogen is what can be used to move cars, for e-fuels, and in our chemical industries. Now, I must mention here that the reason why hydrogen appears expensive is that the technology you deploy in producing gas, in also producing the hydrogen, and also carbon capture has to come together to earn the value of the value that you would sell any hydrogen as produced. So this is the reason why earlier on today I did mention that producing hydrogen is still very expensive, is in large form, and also scalable. So if you have the technologies where it has been deployed are in much smaller units. For instance, there's a project we worked on in Austria, where a supermarket branch used the electricity from their PV units to produce, in this case, green hydrogen, and the green hydrogen was stored for fueling their trucks, their delivery trucks across Austria. So in those small pockets of isolated scenarios, you could use hydrogen effectively. But if you're looking at hydrogen as a a solution on a large scale, it's not workable at the moment. But the prognosis is that looking at it in the next 20 years, I think in some studies you see that they predict that hydrogen would be competitive as from 2030, 2040. And I think the real driver for bringing that price down would still not be technology. It will more or less be carbon taxonomy. So where they start to implement the penalties from all the COP agreements that we've had, and this will make hydrogen competitive, but not from the pure value of capex, but more from the pure value of regulatory compliance. Next slide. So some of the work that ILF can do in supporting any client, especially Seplat, in looking at this very adventurous pursuit. We can offer roadmaps, design review, feasibility studies, and all the way down to engineering, procurement, and construction management. Next slide. So we talked about carbon capture. Just a few slides to talk about, to just look at carbon capture. We can, right now, all technologies in that area are still also very expensive. Nothing has been done in very large scale. They are all still paperwork, white papers, blue papers, studies, and nothing has actually been achieved in it. So this is the future that we see, and we hope that technology will get us there one time and it will be affordable. Next slide. Some of the projects we've done worldwide around hydrogen, mostly in the space of green hydrogen, where people are using renewable energy and an electrolysis system to produce hydrogen with water. And as I said earlier on, these projects are quite small. The main target is still to use hydrogen as a form of energy storage and then can be used afterwards. And then the last slide. Thank you very much.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. That was an overview of what ILF Engineers is doing, the extensive work they're doing in the space of flare gas utilization. And yes, that was the Managing Director, ILF Engineers Nigeria, Mr. Abiodun Ushudi. Another round of applause for him. Thank you very much for that presentation. All right, to wrap up the presentations for day 3 of the Technology Week, hosted by Seplat Energy Plc, I have the singular honor of inviting on stage the CEO, Emocom Technologies Limited, Mr. Ayodele Afeniforo. A round of applause for him as he takes the stage. I cannot get tired of saying this. Please keep the applause coming until he gets on stage. Aha! You don't know what your applause does to speakers. Maybe they should come and tell you individually. You understand. You have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I want to say a very big thank you for the opportunity to stand before you this afternoon. I can say I'm the last man standing, like what the moderator said. I will go straight into the presentation. I will ask, because of time, if you can help me go to slide 6. Yeah. Once again, thank you. We are Emocom Technology Limited, and the most important thing that we do for every organization is to enable them to have a better productivity and efficiency in whatever they do. And today I'll be speaking on how we can enable Seplat Energy to have a better productivity and efficiency based on the platform that we have built in partnership with Robust digital. From the slide, we have a platform that collaborates every stakeholder in an oil and gas environment, and we believe that if there is better collaboration among the stakeholders in any organization, it will improve their productivity, it will improve their efficiency, and everybody working on a particular project will have a better understanding, and also the output will be very coming out a little bit better. From the platform that was injected and also based on machine learning and artificial intelligence, because before you can talk about digital twins, there must be a background and a foundation being named, and this are being based on machine learning and artificial intelligence, and this is what our platform is being built on. And this enable energy organization to have a production and operation log in every engagement they have, and they collaborate the IT application and provide a dashboard that can help every individual from the plant maintenance and also the IT team to have a visibility of the outcome of whatever project they want to get themselves involved. And this platform helps every team to provide their resources and manage resources in a way that can optimize the objective based on the project they want to achieve. Can you go to the next slide? Now, we have what we call a roadmap for transformation, because you need to have a better understanding of what the organization really needs to achieve. And with this roadmap, we have what we call a connected network, where all the data that is coming from the field, from the pipeline, from the plant, and from the energy source have to connected together. And with this, it's helped the project to have a singular individual ecosystem and understand the value chain of what the objective of this platform is talking about. With the connected system, we have what we call a connected operation, because when they are connected via this platform, it links them to a connected operational information. And from the system, we move to an operational value for that particular, for whatever project that they want to involve in. And when this system gets connected, the data coming out from this environment is being generated. And the most important thing that every stakeholder wants to see is to have an insight of what the data that is coming out in their field, in their plant, in their environment, and provide an operation condition, and there'll be some data scientists that analyze the information that is coming out from this environment. And when this is analyzed, now digital twins can come up, because all about digital twins is for simulation and automation of every data that has been analyzed. And when this is analyzed, the strategic team will be able to optimize every information, and decision will be taken. And what I try to mention here is that we have an end-to-end platform that can provide information and collaborate every team on any particular project to make a better decision on any data that they are getting from their feed, both from the plant and also from their pipeline and whatever solution infrastructure that they are working on. Next slide. Now, this is a typical scenario that many organizations are being used today. The normal plant infrastructure, energy, and the plant environment. From the field layer to PLC to SCADA and to EMS and even to ERP. From all these 5 layers, what happened is, from our platform, we're able to generate we're able to collect all the data and turn it into a 2D, 3D platform that will help decision making and also help them to see how the structure of their project actually will definitely come out. Because from the data stakeholder team, they will be able to have a common data environment on the same platform. And the data being injected move to a stage where the IoT or industrial IoT infrastructure take place. And after that, the industrial 4.0 come into place. And with this, you have a smart environment where information, where decision and engagement can be taken from. The next slide. I'm just trying to see how I can wrap it up because I have some certain area I need to pick up. Now, this is the slide that really speaks to the activity of the data scientists leveraging on the machine learning, artificial intelligence, and also for the deep learning platform that digital twins really come out from. What I want to really point out here is the activity of the data being collected from every platform that is being working on in the field. And this, when the data is being collected, it moves and being stored. And when it's stored, there is a transformation engagement that takes place. And this transformation engagement is being explored using the AI intelligence. And when this is done, and anomaly or whatever challenges that is being dictated based on the data that has already been put together, they aggregate the information. And when the information is aggregated, with the aid of the technology being backed up by the machine learning, the data is hereby being optimized, tested, and experimented. And when an experimentation is being taking place using a configuration of algorithm on the platform, information that you need to provide a clear visibility of what your environment is, of what your feed, your plant, your pipeline, even the activity of every stakeholder on that project is being determined, and information is being generated through the aid of machine learning. And with this, an understanding of the system is being projected. It can be in the form of short time, a longer time, where historical data of the feed is being generated. And this is where the predictive analytics take place. It's a fantastic robot platform. And presently, we have over 3 to 4 organizations where this solution is being managed. And from the oil and gas, we have 2 major clients, and also from the manufacturing team in Nigeria today, the biggest of the big in the manufacturing team of cement production also leverage on this particular platform, and that help to provide necessary information and modeled equipment that is needed to project and provide different information that can help them to determine what the objective for the project will be. The next slide. The next slide, I've already summarized this. Yeah. On our platform, we have what we call a data process, where the AI and the machine learning come into realization. What do I mean by this? There is what we call a pre-processing of the data, and this gives us an information of the data familiarization that comes from different feed log. And with this, you are able to have a better solution because those data will be cleaned up. And when the data is cleaned up, there will be a validation. And when you have the validation, it helps you to process every information coming out because the metric has already been displayed. And the team, the data scientists team that will work in close alliance with any organization, maybe Seplat or any individual company that also can leverage on our platform. We make use of all the information, and whatever information that is needed can be provided for each enabler, and to make them have a better decision because of the algorithm that have already been displayed. And we have what we call a decision tree, and in this decision tree, individual stakeholder make a positive impact on what they need to achieve. And also, this can also help them in whatever level of training, whatever level of clarification that is being needed for them to have a parameter that they can work with. The next slide. This is just to give a pictorial view of how the machine learning, the AI on our platform process flow, and to give a better information. And also we are open for proof of value or proof of concept more to have a better understanding, because I know 10 minutes cannot really help us to really deep, because some of these engagements, they are very technical view. But the most important thing is that a platform has been built that many organizations in Africa, in Asia, are readily using. And this platform can sit on any plant processes, both the old or the old and the smart oil field environment, and it can help you to generate necessary information, provide data that you need, and you can make a better decision that you needed to take. The next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Majorly today, we observe, based on our interaction and what we have seen in the field, some of the industrial challenge that oil and gas is having. And due to the nature of the environment and the assets, some of these organizations are taking over from maybe their parent company, and their maintenance processes is being taken in a traditional way. And this, with the aid of our solution, and we are able to provide a need maintenance optimization structure that can help you to take proper care of whatever challenges that your team have in the field. And with this, we have what we call, I know major organizations today use a calendar-based preventive maintenance, but we based on the smart metric that the platform have already built, want to ensure that the calendar-based preventive maintenance move and upgrade to a need-based, not at the instant issue is being happen, because the environment has already been injected with some sensor, and this information coming out from this sensor is being managed on the platform. And data, because it's a data-driven environment, and this helps each organization or each leadership and stakeholder working on that particular project to make a very reactive information, and they build a proper functional environment, and where some of these challenges can be really been addressed. The next slide. These are three major industrial focus. Presently, where this platform, like I already mentioned, is being used in manufacturing environment, logistics, and in the oil and gas. Next slide. These are some of the proven use cases that this platform have already delivered, especially in like real-time conditional monitoring, conditional-based maintenance, predictive maintenance, predictive operation, e-logbook, and also utility and energy management. Why e-logbook? Because I want to stretch a little bit here. We find out that in major organizations today, most of their report is still on using Excel to transmit some of the information that they have. But on this platform, it enables you based on the e-log that we have already positioned there, that is backed up with machine learning and artificial intelligence, you can leverage on what we have already positioned, and you have a better environment and a help in your cost optimization and provide efficiency for your project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayodele Afeniforo. Thank you, Afeniforo. You know, digressing just for a second, if we would look at the similarities we have in culture and languages in this country, we will break a lot of the barriers inhibiting our growth as a people. His surname is Yoruba. It sounds very much like an Igbo name of the Owerri extraction. And you know, BK is not here, would have confirmed what I'm saying. Afeniforo, wow. Foro means it is remaining in that dialect. But hey, thank you. Back to Technology Week, thank you. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. Walking us through the technology from his company, all of it aimed at maximizing optimization for maintenance of asset instead of doing the old manual calendar asset maintenance arrangement. The technology can help you to program the maintenance. Okay, well, that presentation from the Chief Executive Officer of Emocon Technologies Limited, Mr. Ayodele Afeniforo, is of course our last presentation for the Seplat Tech Week 2022. I was thinking that would be greeted with a round of applause. Imagine if every independent is doing this path and is doing what Seplat is doing. Imagine the kind of stimulation that would give to innovators and the technology space in general for the industry. How many people will be employed and how many solutions we would have for our own problems. Anyways, not time for too much talk, but to say thank you. And to say thank you to you is the man who has led his team to deliver this event these past 3 days. Please welcome Seplat Technology Manager, Mr. Omotayo Omidichi. Keep clapping for Agati as he comes here.
Thank you, Richmond. You've done a fantastic job over the last 3 days. Thank you to everyone that have stayed behind up until this moment. We want to thank the CEO and the SLT, that's the senior leadership team in Seplat, for giving us the opportunity to do this, the Director New Energy, the asset MDs, both the Eastern and the Western asset, the GM Sustainability, MDL Crest, MD Arnold, the GM Corporate Production, our partners and regulators, especially NUPRC. They've been with us all throughout this program. We thank you for your presence. NAPIMS, MPDC, we thank you for the support. We thank you to our panelists and moderators for taking out time to shed some light and share your thoughts. Also the exhibitors and the presenters, thank you for your time. Now we go in-house. Thank you to the business services team. I won't mention your name so that I'm not in trouble for omitting anybody. But you know yourselves. Thank you to the business services team for all the support. External affairs and communication, Dr. C and the team, SCM, finance, everyone that has been partners collaborating in producing this. We appreciate your support and all the efforts. Finally, thank you to the planning team. You guys have been awesome. I think we've been planning this for about 3 months, so this is the culmination of all our efforts, and I think we've done a fantastic job. So a round of applause to you guys. So we'll see in the evening. They know where we'll see. Thank you everyone once again, and hopefully we'll see you the next time we invite you to come out here with us. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omotayo Midiji is the technology manager for Seplat. Thanking everyone who has made this happen. To give us a quick round off of the Tech Week, we'd like to welcome the production and operations manager for Seplat West Limited, Ismail Yahaya. Mr. Yahaya.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's always difficult to get my attention for a long time. So for Tayo to succeed in getting my attention for 3 days, he's done a very good job, and it's been wonderful being here. I think we've had a lot of discussions, valuable, especially the 4 panel sessions. I didn't realize that there's still a lot that we're missing in-house. And then, of course, this will change the focus. A lot has been said. I understand on the average we had more than 50 people online every day that joined this conference, so means that the reach was sufficient as well. And also, Tayo has succeeded in putting upper management in a difficult situation, because I understand these sessions were recorded. So when we go to them for approval and they say, well, cost, I'll just play back that, okay, this is what you said during the technology week. And I will go here, we'll go there. Now is the time. So thank you, everyone, for coming around. I want to repeat all what Tayo has repeated. We hope the next time that we call you to come around and join us, you will oblige us. And also, the next time I'm sure we'll be sharing stories on how far we've gone based on our discussions this time around. Thank you, everyone. That's all I have.
Well. I promised somebody that because of him, we will adjourn the lunch till tomorrow morning so we can fast and pray. Anyways, so much to say, but all the thank yous have been said, and one fact is demonstrated, or was demonstrated from, what was that, on Wednesday when we started. Whatever it is you've displayed here, as long as it will bring value, improve the process of how Seplat does business, drive down costs, and ultimately increase the bottom line. If that is what you have presented, be rest assured that Seplat would turn around again and look at what you're offering and drive it even further. As our last speaker, Mr. Yaya, said, if it hits any roadblock, we'll play back the video and ask those who are overseeing the process to remember that we need this and what we must do to move it forward. On that note, thank you all very much. Those of you online, we appreciate you. You've kept the numbers between 180 and above 200 since every day, every single day that is, since we started on Wednesday. Yes, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And if you would want to say your thank yous, feel free. If you're online, leave us the virtual applause, which is the icon, or the applause icon on the Zoom app. If you're watching on YouTube, you can do the same. You can leave the applause there. You can leave your thank yous and your congratulatory messages in the chat box. Remember, it is recorded. We can always come back to it. If you can do that in 30 seconds, I have Amarachi shoot it on the screen, and we'll see your appreciation of what Seplat has done today. Richmond Osuji is my name. Temiloluwa Nwabiogbon is the other gentleman who is not as tall as I am, but it's been our pleasure serving you these past 3 days. Lunch is served. Please enjoy lunch where you've always done that the last 3 days, and we'll see you in 2023. Nigeria will have a good election. Nigeria will be prosperous. Nigeria will be peaceful. Seplat, we call you again looking for new technologies to solve problems. Arrivederci. Bye-bye.